confines of academia, but also in the development of the respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Please be seated. Once again, a very good morning to everyone. Welcome to the 42nd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, WCASET 2022, which is organized by the Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, or in short, IFERP Malaysia chapter, in association with the Multimedia University and Mangalore Group of Engineering and Technology. I strongly believe that this conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible opportunity to interact with each other and share their experiences and knowledge in technology applications. First of all, a little bit introduction on IFERP. IFERP, known as Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research, development, and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. IFERP is a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests can be supported and developed, prioritizing their mutual interests. Their forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defending the Earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, research academicians, business leaders by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. Now, let's take a short look at a 2-minute video about IFERP.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
ERP has launched an application which is now available for scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get right now from the conference updates. The aim of this conference is to present a unified platform for advanced and multidisciplinary research towards the design of smart computing and informatics. The theme is on a broader front focus on various innovative paradigms in optimization techniques, system knowledge, intelligence, data analytics, and sustainability that may be applied to provide realistic solutions to varied problems in society, environment, and industries. A little bit introduction on Multimedia University. Multimedia University, or better known as MMU, is the first ever full-fledged private research university in Malaysia and a government-linked university, and it is owned by Telekom Malaysia (TM). Founded in 1997, MMU is considered as a young medium university with a concentration in technology and multimedia disciplines. The university hosts 10 faculties and the Institute of Postgraduate Studies. As the first private university approved by the Malaysian government, MMU adheres to the strictest requirements for a high-quality degree. A study by Gartner and MSc Malaysia found that MMU is among the top 5 universities preferred by major ICT players for graduate employment, a testament to the quality of our academics, curriculum, student development programs, and our solid reputation with the industries. Now, a little bit background about Mangalmay Group of Institutions. So, established in the year 2002, Mangalmay Group of Institutions is one of the premier NAAC accredited institutions with a prime focus on innovation, excellence, and nurturing global leaders for a sustainable future. The institution incorporates knowledge, industry experience, research, and international exposure in the curriculum in order to offer comprehensive educational program to the students. The postgraduate and undergraduate programs offered at Mangalmay are affiliated to AKTU Lucknow, which is formerly known as UP Technical University, and approved by the All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE, Ministry of HRD, New Delhi. The institute is also affiliated to CTS University, Meerut. Now, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries to our respected Professor Dr. Masliha Muhammad Suhud, President CEO of Multimedia University Malaysia, who is unable to officiate today's opening event. It is our honor to welcome our special guest, Mr. Sid Kumar Charjir, Professor Dr. Madeleine Bindosi, Professor Dr. Hazarul Abdul Karim, and Dr. E. Valian Giri. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Elan Koven. Next, I would like to welcome our section speaker, Mr. Ankit Sharma. For our section chairs, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Pang Waila, Dr. Chung Boji, Dr. Teh Jin Hui, and Dr. Osama Abu Achwa. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Madani bin Rosli, Professor Dr. Hazarul Abdul Karim, Dr. Valian Giri, and Dr. Ilan Kovan to the stage to officiate the release of the proceeding book. Please come to the front. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our 42nd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, which is organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, in association with the Multimedia University Malaysia and Mangalore Group of Engineering and Technology India proceeding. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sid Kumar Shajer, Founder, Managing Director of Technorate Groups, to deliver his welcome address. Mr. Sid Kumar Shajer is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and managing director of Technorate Group. He had 8 years of experience in organizing scientific conferences. He completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and MBA from St. Peter's University, Chennai. He is interested in doing several social academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his guidance, IFERP became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. This organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Siddiq attributes his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which together have enabled transform to risk to opportunities to handle for ever-changing environment in education and technologies. Mr. Sid Kumar Shajer, to you.
Thanks for your warm welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, it is a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students all around the globe from different walk of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this impressive 42nd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, organized by IFERP Malaysia chapter with the theme of Discovering the Difference and Exceeding the Vision in Applied Science, Engineering and Technology Research Studies, in associated with Multimedia University, Malaysia and Mangalmay Group of Engineering and Technology, India. 42nd WCST will explore the new horizons of innovations from distinguished researchers, scientists, and eminent authors in academia and industry working for the advancement in applied science, engineering, and technology from all over the world. The worldwide acknowledged brand WCAST was given birth by IFERP on 2nd January 2016 at Goa, aiming in closing the gap between researchers and academicians of different streams and bringing experts from all fields together so that the solutions for today's global challenges can be generated. WCST provide an opportunity for professionals globally to discuss about particular topics so that creation of ideas may be bigger than we are thinking. The aim of this conference is to create solutions in different way and to share innovative ideas in the field of science, engineering, management, and technology. WCST provides a world-class stage to the researchers, professionals, scientists, academicians, and students to engage in every challenges and conversation, assess the current body of research and determine knowledge and capability gap. That first WCST was organized in 2016. Now it was grown to the 42nd WCST and was organized in more than 10 countries. We dream of becoming the next biggest brand of multidisciplinary conference in the Asia Pacific region and then conquer the world of multidisciplinary approach for the betterment of mankind. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I welcome our keynote and invited speaker, Mr. Mardani bin Rosle, Deputy Director of Research Management Center, Multimedia University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Nagarajan, Principal and Professor, Department of Electrical and Engineering, Surendra Institute of Engineering and Technology, India. Dr. Ilankova, Lecturer, UCSI University, Malaysia. Dr. Rainer Alfred, Head of Research, Unit Knowledge Technology, Advanced Machine Intelligence, University Malaysia, Sabah, Malaysia. Mr. Asnin Rizvi Rahman, Founder and CEO, Asta IT, TEDx Speaker, Bangladesh. Shri Ashish Chung, Assistant Director General, Indian Telecom Services, Department of Telecom, Government of India. Mr. Ankit Sharma, Research Manager, Sun Pharma India. Along with our speaker, I welcome all the officials from the academic partnering universities, Multimedia University, and Mangalmay Group of Engineering and Technology. Next, I would like to welcome our advisory committee members, organizing committee members, scientific committee members, session chairs, conveners, eminent scholars, delegate participants, and students of this fruitful 42nd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology, who present both breadth and excellence in industry, experience in university research, and in government policy making, and reflecting their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how applied science, engineering, and management and other new technology will influence our shared future. IFRP Malaysia chapter was organized. This fruitful 42nd WCST was established in February 2022 to provide opportunity for researchers and academicians with the mission of connecting students and academic and industries by creating a platform to organize and attend a scientific events connecting researchers all over the world. Now, more than 1,500 members are associated with IFRP Malaysia chapter. Moreover, more than 1 lakh members and 400 plus universities and are associated with IFRP, utilizing our services in the field of engineering, science, and technology by organizing and providing international conferences, publication assistance, research guidance, student and professional membership schemes, international workshops, international chapters, guest lecturers, faculty exchange programs, short-term training courses, and webinars, scientific conferences, and other activities. IFRP is leading publisher of scientific articles in Scopus, SCI, and Web of Science index journals. IFRP have stepped in and entrenched strong network in Asia, Middle East, and in many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of education for our future leaders. I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participating in this conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task to that end. I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to our all committee members. I welcome once again to entire IFAP group for this 42nd WCST. And thank you for this opportunity to given me to take this speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dilip Kumar Sharir, for the welcome. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Mardani bin Rosli, which is our General Chair for the conference, to present his welcome speech. Professor Mardani is the chairman for the Center of Wireless Technology, CWT, at the Faculty of Engineering, Multimedia, University of Malaysia. He is also the CEO and founder of Armada Smart Tech and R. Sdn Bhd, and was the president of MMU Mesra. At both international and local levels, he was a chairman of the IEEE Malaysia in Consort BTS and served as a vice chair of Malaysian Radar and Navigation Interest Group, Malaysian Society for Engineering and Technology, MISET. Professor Mardani is actively involved in industry consultation for local and international companies for more than 10 countries worldwide. He was invited as keynote speaker for more than 15 international conferences worldwide in the field of wireless communication and has served as general chair for 6 international conferences, including serving as high committees for more than 40 IEEE international conferences. Prof. Mardani, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master Modi. A very good morning to everyone. To the respected President and CEO of Martin University, Mr. Dr. Masiham Naswats, which never comes for today event. To respected Mr. Rudra Banu Santati, the CEO for Engineering Research and Publication at FERT, Technology Groups India. Mr. Steve Kumar, Chetty, the founder and also the managing director of Technology Groups. Professor Dr. Hazel Dr. the deputies, Faculty of Engineering, University, the members of both teams in Market University and the technical groups, distinguished keynote speakers, assistant chairs, keynote speakers, and all the participants of 42 WCASET 2022. Welcome to WCASET 2022. Allow me to take these opportunities as the General Chair to welcome all of you to the 42 World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. On behalf of Martin University Project Committee of WCASET 2022, we're proud to host this conference together with Institute for Engineering Research and Publications and the main group of engineering and technology in Hyderabad for these 2 days, 25th to 26th of November 2022. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our partner from technology groups in this team, and also to all the participants attending this morning events. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the WCASET 2022 has been organized and formed, and this has been the best platform for researchers and also engineers to present and discuss topics related to the advanced information and communication technologies and services, while at the same time opening the door to the world of industry and users. Prospective authors are invited to submit original technical papers for presentation at the conference and publications in the conference proceedings. The outcome of the lecture, expert discussions, and presentations will help our society in Asia, and particularly in Malaysia and India and around the world, will open new avenues in developing solutions in features, smart systems, and technologies. This conference provides a multidisciplinary platform for gathering scholars from different disciplines ongoing research related to topic communications, machine learning, technology trend, physical and life science, and many more. We are proud to announce that we received participants from various organizations, including universities, research institutes, space agencies, and industries globally. And proposing authors have been invited to submit manuscript reporting original unpublished research and research development in the topic related to the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very much aware that one of the objectives of worldwide research is to gain and share knowledge, and many academic institutes still found the needs for conferences to be limited, since our responsibility to disseminate our research worldwide. However, due to the recent outbreak of COVID-19, we realized that there is some protection that need to be met, and researchers in the country are working for this issue in making sure that the technology will bring benefits to the people, especially to generate more job opportunities, increase quality of life, and enables the upcoming IR 4.0. Those categories implementing, it is our responsibility to make sure that we also embrace the society 5.0. And this is the opportunities for everyone, for researchers to engage with the local communities right from the beginning of our research, to make sure the project will benefit to the society. With the challenge of limited resources in the back of the current economic scenarios, everyone researchers should collaborate more in order to increase energy and to optimize resources available to us. And we hope the benefits that the participant gains by joining our conference is able to create the global platform and networks, communication opportunities, and collaborations and projects among different universities and, of course, among different countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closely informed this conference has received participants from various countries in the world, and IFERP is one of the leading foundations of research prevalent in high-quality peer-reviewed journals, research magazines, and you publish in its own scopus index journal, in addition to the IFERP up to scopus index journals, ESE Web Science, SERI, and many more. This year, my sister proud to have a strong and very dedicated teams. My deepest and special appreciations my team from India, Mr. Sis, Umar, Mr. Rudra, Mr. Ranjan, Ms. Wati, and many more. And also my team from MMU, Mrs. Prof. Dr. Parmailons, Dr. Chukujin, Dr. Lee, Mr. Karenwa, Dr. F. Chinhui, Dr. Zubaida, and also Dr. Osama. Always with me, and also still to make this event more successful. Thank you, my team. And this conference has a unique theme which is relevant to what is happening in the world today. And I would like to thank all the invited speakers, presenters, authors, and co-authors for your commitments and contribution to our conference. And my deepest appreciations to Dr. P. Belangiri, the guest of honor, and also the keynote speaker, Dr. Ilan Kovans, and Mr. Ankit Sharma. I believe they will deliver their speech, and I hope all the participants will take this opportunity to get knowledge in their respective areas and pave the way for future research in the field of engineering and IT. Lastly, my special appreciation also to the presenters, authors, co-authors for your commitment and contribution to our conference. With that, I end my welcome speech with thank you very much to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Martini, for the welcome speech. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hazarul Abdul Karim to deliver his speech. Professor Hazarul is an academician at the Faculty of Engineering, Multimedia University, Cyberjaya campus. He serves as the Deputy Dean of Student Affairs and Alumni at FOE Multimedia University. He has been teaching multimedia and computing engineering subjects. His research interests include telemetry, 2D, 3D image video coding and transmission, error resilience and multiple description video coding, and deep learning in image and video. He is currently supervising and co-supervising several postgraduate students. He is the senior member of IEEE and currently serves as the vice chair of IEEE Signal Processing Society Malaysia section. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Hazrul Abdul Karim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and very good morning to everyone. Prof. Dr. Mazliha Muhammad Suman, President of the University for the conference paper, who cannot be here at the moment. Mr. Rudra Baru Sapati, CEO of Institute for Engineering Research and Computation at FERP. Technocrat Group India, Mr. Sudik Kumar, Managing Director of Technocrat Group, Prof. Madini University, General Chair of WCASET 2022. Guest of honor, Dr. P. Glenn from Professor at Osmania Universities, Hyderabad, India. And keynote speakers and members of both teams in Multimedia Universities Malaysia and Technocrat Group India. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, praise be to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala with His blessing. We are able to gather physically today on behalf of Multimedia University and Faculty of Engineering. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our partner from Technocrat Group India and his team. It is indeed an honor for MMU to work together with Technocrat Group India and to strengthen our relationship and cooperation in research activities through the international conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, in a globalized world, the role of research in academic institutions is significant for its sustainability and development. It is also imperative to have knowledge base in innovation. It is well accepted that research has contributed enormously in finding solutions to many problems faced by our society and industries. Research provides basic inputs that can be used for planning and policy decision making. At this stage, it is pertinent to develop an encouraging environment for academic research in all higher education systems. Research collaboration is one of the best ways to engage in innovation activities and to exchange of academic ideas between the universities in making an impact to the society. In fact, it has become an essential element in the university's research ecosystem. It is undeniable that research collaboration is playing a big role in terms of university rankings and also rating assessment. As we are aware, research has become one of the tools of the measurement of education quality in global rankings. Hence, it is crucial for universities to produce impactful research as well as to increase the number. Ladies and gentlemen, at MMU and Faculty of Engineering, we encourage our academics to embark into research collaboration with external parties, and at the same time to establish networking and engage. Through research collaboration, students and universities are gaining the advantage in terms of mutual exchange of knowledge and expertise. On top of that, research collaboration with other universities is one of the ways to support the development activities in knowledge acquisition. It is an important channel for putting resources and enhance the quality as well as improve the efficiency of their work. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to see the continuation of our efforts for building a long-term and strategic partnership between MMU and Technocrat Group. I would like to assure you and of the MMU commitments and assistance in ensuring this. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end, allow me to express my gratitude to Prof. Managing, the General Chair of the conference, and Mr. Rudra, the CEO of IFERP, and his team for making this collaboration possible. I believe that with our enhanced partnership, we will achieve another milestone and making a history together. I also hope that we can meet with each other either in our campus or at Technocrat Group India when we have the chance. As for the research team, do your best and take this opportunity to make a great impact, not only for our universities, but also for our countries. With that, I am my speech. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hazarul, for the speech. We shall now have a break. Okay, please enjoy the tea and coffee which is served outside. We shall come back at 11 a.m. where Dr. Ilan Hogan will be presenting the speech. Thank you.
Ini break sekejap. Break dulu ni. Penting dia ni laptop yang tu belakang sekali. Nak try? Boleh kot? Boleh. Wah, ni tengah break ni.
Maybe this not that.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone is refreshed from the coffee break. Okay, and I'm very sure everyone have a very fruitful networking section just now. We shall proceed with the next agenda, which is to have our next speaker, Dr. Elan Coben, as our keynote speaker. Dr. Elan Coben is a lecturer at UCSI University, Malaysia. Dr. Elan Coben is a well-established lecturer and trainer in the field of management, strategic management, and organizational behavior. He has 30 years of experience in administration, management, training, and academic teaching. His experience in corporate and hospitality management training and consultancy includes Putrajaya Marriott Hotel, the Sarjana Kuala Lumpur, Villa Resorts Maldives, and Putri Pacific Johor Bahru, and Hyatt Hotel Sabah, Impact, Wasco Engineers, IJF, MSIG, Arab Malaysian Bank, Astro, and Royal Singapore. His involvement in the academic field includes journal publications, book publications, and chapters, presenting papers in international conferences, and involved as moderator for various conferences held locally and overseas. Dr. Elan Coben's specializations in problem-based and case-based learning, and has conducted several trainings. Let's welcome Dr. Elan Coben for his keynote speech.
All right.
Hello, good morning to all the guests, academicians, students. My name is Elan Coben. Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony, for introducing me. What I'm going to do today as the guest speaker is to talk about entrepreneurship. Now, when I came here, I saw it's more of engineering applied science. Now, where do I stand here? Now, everything comes under the umbrella of business. Anything that we talk about, it's all about business. So today I am going to present my keynote address on developing entrepreneurship education, because everything starts with education. We all came through the process of education, and today we are here. It's because of the education that we have received. Now, my topic today is digital transformation of entrepreneurship education. When I say digital, I will explain much more clearer. So what do we actually mean by digital? Right? We are not talking about going for class online. That is something that we have been doing for the past 2 years, thanks to COVID. Right? Everybody else has been forced to stay home and do our work. Now, we all know how difficult it was when we stayed home. To a certain extent, some of my students have done research on ergonomics, and it is very, very hard staying home, looking at digital education here. That is one part that I'm going to look at. Now, the next thing that I'm going to look at is looking beyond organizational learning to the educational institution. Now, why I have chosen this topic is to basically talk about how organizations, especially when we are talking about educational institutions, are they actually learning? Are they producing the right type of people? are we actually producing graduates in the applied science? Are we really producing engineers? Are we actually producing businessmen, entrepreneurs, and many more, doctors? Now, it looks like as though we are giving formal education and we stop that. The real business starts after your education. That is how we need to go back and really look at how do we provide the right type of education to our students. Now, the worst scenario I experienced was the last 2 years, teaching students online in all this digital era. Actually, it's not digital era. You are basically staying home, looking at a computer, going through the lessons. And how many of us actually had real conversation with our students? Some of them don't even are there, right, listening to you. It's only their picture. You can remind them 10 times and they will never come back, right? I remember this experience when I was conducting a lecture on strategic management, which is a very important area in business. And almost all the students had their pictures. When I took attendance, everybody was there. All right. And one student told me that, sir, I just went to the loo. That's about it. All right. I was listening to you. So when I ask questions, they are unable to answer. All right. Now, this is where I start thinking about what can we do? Where are we now? Is the digital education is actually transforming the learning outcome? That is the biggest questions we are all want to answer today. In fact, I have done quite a bit of research. I have spoken to many students. All right? Do you enjoy digital classes? And the answer is no, definitely no. We all know it. And we are basically going around telling that, hey, our university is organizing this, our university is the best in digital education and so on. Now, I leave it up to you to decide, right? Now, today I am going to only focus on the entrepreneurial education. Now, why I've chosen this is there are many startups. Students get excited about doing business. Students get excited about innovating their ideas. I was discussing with one of the delegates today. YouTube has become the end game now. Everyone is talking about YouTubes. Where did they go and learn how to do YouTubes? They never actually went to formal education. Yes or no? That's where entrepreneurship starts. That's where innovation starts. All right. For example, I was talking to our technicians here today. All right. He asked whether I should stay here or shall I walk. I said I would rather walk and do this, what you call keynote address. And that is a way of innovation actually. Innovation does not mean it is technology, it is engineering, it is applied science. It is how you do it differently. All right. Now, the topic today talks about entrepreneurship. How do we actually get the students understand what do they actually learn? Now, many of the students, when I talk to them, in fact, you can ask many of the students, when they join the corporate world, when they join the industry, when they do a startup, the biggest question you ask them is, did the degree that you obtained help you? They say no. This is the answer. Now, there is a black box here. There is a big gap. Now we need to really look at ourselves and see, are we doing the right thing? We have curriculum design. We have this. We have done that. Right? We have done everything. All right. But why is it at the end of the day the students say, well, sir, actually, the degree that I did, it does not give me any relevance. The actual learning comes from the industry. I'm not saying this is 100% true, but obviously, majority of the students are telling us this. Now, this is why I have chosen the topic to restructure and looking at the way beyond education. It is not about attending lectures. It is not about going to the library. And let me remind you, students only hit the library one day before the exam. True, right? All right. Now, this is how I have seen, experienced, And what am I doing? What are we academicians doing? Does the students actually achieve the learning outcome? Right? Now, what do you mean by entrepreneurship education? It is providing the skills and knowledge for students. How much skills can you give them? How much knowledge transfer can you give them? And also, entrepreneurial education is often categorized as an experiential experience. Go out there, I give you this amount of capital. Come back with a benefit. It's what real education. It does not start from the book. How many of us agree that our students actually read textbooks? It is we who read textbook and publish papers. All right. It is fortunate or unfortunate that we touch our key performance indicators in the university. All right. You publish so much, you get your promotion. Otherwise, no. All right. But then if you go to the corporate world, it is not that. Right. I've spoken to many corporate people, and you always see you guys academicians are way back. We are moving forward. So there is a huge gap here between the corporate and the academicians. Back where I was in the Taylor's University prior to coming to this new university, we used to conduct what we call general managers network gathering. We get all the general managers from all the companies, meet the academicians, sit down, come up with a topic, and see how we can help the industry do research for them. And that's where the real data comes. Right? Now, again, talking about importance of entrepreneurship, it is about creating a value. What is exactly the value? The value comes after you have learned, all right? After you have finished your degree. What did we learn? We learn about how to write textbooks, how to write answers in the examination. All right? We have not learned how to do business. All right? We only learn about accounting, finance, theoretical. And today, students go for exam one day before, and somewhat they pass. How they pass, we do not want to question, right? Because there is a system created artificially for the students to actually get the results. And during the graduation, they all feel very proud about it, right? Take pictures, and after that, good luck to you. Okay, so this is something that we need to avoid, right, in the education field altogether. Now, there is one important point pointed out here, all right, by Ober, who proposed that the foundation of entrepreneurship education should involve the content, the method of teaching, and the activities that support the knowledge creation, all right, competencies, and most importantly, the experience. I have one student who have gone to USA, finished his engineering, electrical engineering. He came back and start helping his father managing an air-conditioned business. That's about it. So when I called him, hey, what is the relevancy of your electrical engineering and your air-con business that you have recently started up? He told me this, sir, no relevance. I only go to university to get a degree. My father told me, come back and take over my business. That's about it. So whatever the technical terms that you have learned, have you been experiencing, have you been applying, no. It's all about how you install air-cons in the corporate world, in the domestic world. That's about it. All right. And he has suggested, can we work together on some other project? All right. Now, this is what we basically look at when we are talking about entrepreneurial, right? People with background in academics, all right? Basically, they are keeping the papers aside and moving forward. Right? Today, many youngsters are involved in the YouTube. I have one student who graduated with a master's in hospitality management, ended up being a professional photographer. No relevant, and he's very happy doing it. Right? He has been earning so much money. Right? I have a
Stand by lah.
student who is baking at home and using digital marketing to market the product. And the degree is business. Well, there is some form of relevance. When I talk to this person, this student told me maybe 20%. That's about it. All right. So are we failing? Not yet. All right, not yet. It is the way of approach into our education system that we need. Now, I actually divide the value creation into two areas. One is the internal environment, the other one is external environment. This context has been taught in the strategic management, right? When we talk about internal environment, it's all within the domestic environment of the office. How you manage your finance, how you manage your administration, and so on and so forth. And one important thing that we have failed to understand is the management information system, which can be linked into data analytics and big data. Today, everybody is talking about big data, but do we know what exactly this big data is all about? All right, it is about big data, and businesses has become very complex. Population has grown. That is why we need big data. All right, customers have increased, and therefore we need to manage the data in order to make a good decision. Now, students are taught about business analytics, big data, calculate here. We all heard about structured equation modeling, SPSS, statistical analysis, blah, 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 publish papers in the top class journal, so on. After that, your papers get published and you feel a little bit proud of it. That's about it. Nothing gets worked after that. Where is the action? We have published. I'm not saying publish is bad. Publishing is good. Share your publishing with your students. That's what I'm saying. All right. Later, I will actually present towards the end what I have done with my publication and how the publication has helped the students understand, right, what research is all about. Now, here we are talking about external environment. External environment, it is simply classified as PESTEL, political, economical, social, technological, ecological, and legal. We study this in strategic management, how much the students understand about the political scenario today. Now, recently we had our Malaysian election. Many of the young voters voted, right? When you ask them political environment, my father told me to vote, I just voted. Understanding is nil. Learning outcome is nil. We teach them political environment, how political environment actually affects your business. Political environment affects your scientific management. It affects engineering. It affects everything. Yes or no? Young students does not understand the relation between political environment and how it affects the business. Now, there should be a subject on political environment and business. All right, it should not be a subject where it is included in as a subtopic in a particular reference. All right, this is where we have actually failed to make the students understand. Today, you ask them, what is your favorite artist? They will be able to tell you. All right, what they like, they will be able to tell you. You ask them what brand cigarette tastes better, they are able to tell you. But when you ask them what is the political scenario, probably you will not get the answer. So this is where we have actually, as an academician, failed, all right, to embed the right thing for them to do. All right, without understanding political situation, how are you going to start your business? How are you going to run a corporate? Because everything is linked to that, right? Of course, the economy, we are talking about social factor, and of course, the technological factor. Ecological factor, nobody knows, right? We only start realizing ecological factor two years back. When the pandemic hit you, that's where we actually learn about how important the ecological factor. Prior to that, we never thought about it. And finally, the last one is the legal factor. Many of us go into business, teaching students how to do business, but never tell them the legal consequences. Many businesses were started without the proper legal consequences, including engineering, including applied science. Many of them does not know the actual thing. Even some of the students went into entertainment. Some of my students actually went into YouTube. When I asked them, do you know the the legal consequences? Not really. All right. We enjoy, we do this, and we become very famous. All right. Where is the learning factor here? Now, value creation also can be divided into two categories. One is the operational. This is the most important factor, right? How we always have done it. This is how we always believe. And if you move from this operational situation into the entrepreneurial situation, this is where the innovation comes. All right, new ways of working, new ways of doing things. New ways of doing things is not creating something new, but it is in your mind of how you do things differently, right? How do we achieve the outcome then? What are the things that we need to look at? Now, under the current Malaysian situation, right, I think most of you are foreigners here. Let me give you a brief outline of the Malaysian education system. Currently, the Malaysian education system has developed what we call the new curriculum framework, right? MQF, which is the second edition. In fact, a lot of research has been put into this, and they have actually come up with certain domains. One of the most important domains that I would like to reiterate here is the psychomotor domain. There are three domains, main domains, all right, under the MQF system. The Malaysian education system, they tell, oh, when you develop your curriculum, you must have your cognitive level, you have your psychomotor level, and your affective level. Now, how do we actually embed this into our education system? Many of these lecturers, when I was in the project of doing this, explaining to them, many of them think, oh, it's impossible. This MQF thing is crazy. They're making us doing a lot of work, right? Which I do agree. It was not defined correctly. It was given to you, do this, all right? And everyone has to follow, without realizing how does the students actually achieve the learning outcome. Many of them still don't understand what psychomotor is all about. Many of them thinking is the digital skill, the skills of communication is good enough. No. Many has not gone beyond that. I have given assignments to students. I have given projects to students. Ask a group of students to go to A&W, go to what you call McDonald's, and this some of this franchise restaurant, sit down, observe, and see how the service quality is. Come back and tell us, what do you think you can do? Now, that is how you go into practicality of business, right? How do you improve the service quality? Now, that's part of the psychomotor, right? Of course, psychomotor is drastically included in the engineering, the medical. It's there all the time. That is why when you graduate an engineering students, they know their job function. When you graduate a medical student, they know their job function because of the psychomotor level. When you graduate a business student, they are not sure. It is purely theory, right? Now, many of these students do not want to go beyond. They do not want to go out of the box to basically do their learning. Now, today, many lecturers are doing this video presentation. Do a video, do a video. Now, do you know how frustrating the students are? When you actually ask them, do you really like to do this? They say, not really, sir. Do want to work. So what is not much work, right? How do you actually get the students to get involved? I have been in the kitchen looking at culinary students. They enjoy working in the kitchen, all right? So when I compare students in the engineering, in the other faculties compared to the kitchen, they are more affectionate, they are more, the interest is much more high because they enjoy doing it. Because at the end of the day, they see the product being produced. That's the learning outcome they achieve, all right? It's not about passionate, it's about how they learn in a practical way. So entrepreneurship business has to move away from this to see how they are able to do things in a practical way. All right. actually ask students to actually sit in front of the hotel receptionist and just observe how the receptionist smile. Whether these receptionists are artificially smiling or they are passionately smiling. All right. Students actually enjoy doing it. They actually took video. Of course, we should not. The legal factor is that. That is how I come back to the custom. Remember? So all these factors, the students need to understand what are they doing right. Now, when the students come back and they have a good laugh, so you know this person should not be in the front office at all. She's not smiling. There you go. So what is the solution for this? Now, if you cannot smile, you should not be in the hospitality. The word hospitality is giving the hospitality to people. Smile, talk to them. If you can't do that, you should not be in the hospitality industry. So to the students, if you are not able to smile, you should not be studying hospitality. So making the right choice now. Right? Many of the students are making choice based on their parental guidance. Right? That's how I see it. It's not their choice. Of course, I don't blame the parents. Right? They have their own cultural story to tell you. Right? So if I'm going to talk about it, then the conference will go on until 5 p.m. All right. So let's move on. All right. So this is our new curriculum framework. I have put it in the red. That is what we also need to look at. Of course, the cognitive level, the critical thinking is very important. The effectiveness, the students' behavior, the emotions are part of it as well. This is also something has taken from the Bloom's taxonomy. I think many of you have come across it. All right, the psychomotor. One of the clear definition that has been defined in the psychomotor level is how you embed yourself in the practical way. Now, this is directly involving in the experiential level, right? How does people actually get the right experience doing things? Entrepreneurship is about this. When the students graduate, put that guy into the business and tell him to do the business and bring back profit. So what is this digital transformation that we are talking about? As I mentioned earlier, it's not about online education and all that. That is part of it that 2 years we have gone through, right? We suffered. And I'm glad that we are all here, right? I'm also glad that people are watching us. Now here, when we are talking about digital marketing, it is about how you market it digitally and what are the big data, right? Using the big data, using your knowledge, and how you make your business decisions. That comes under the business intelligence, all right? Now, many of us fail to use the data. We all learn about how statistical situation works, but we actually fail to utilize the data, all right? How do we know the trends? How do you know the time series? How does the trend works? What can we do using these trends, right? Future trends of educational, entrepreneurial education. This is how I formalize. I have actually formalized the cognitive level, which the students must have. The psychomotor is very important, and the effectiveness. There were a student, I'll give you one simple example. One student came late to the class. I told the students, come. Those, if you came late, you have to dance with me. All right. I'm serious, I'm a dancer as well. All right. So I said, you have to dance with me. The students face turn red and do not know what to say. Well, you have to do it with me because you came late. Now, the following day, or the following week, the students came on time. All right. Now, this is part of the effectiveness that you tested on the students. You understand? Many lecturers do not know. They always keep asking, how do you test this? All right, this is the way. You have to be innovative in your class. You have to know what you need to do to deal with problematic students. And of course, the trends on internal and external factor that has to be taught to the students. Finally, you go into digital, right, education in terms of marketing, big data analytics, and finally, how students are able to make decisions. All right. Now, finally, I would like to look into what we call the organizational learning. In the holistic manner, higher educational institutions should follow the model created by Chris Edwards way back in 1978. It actually called the single loop learning and the double loop learning. We are always here in the single loop learning. That means single loop learning means you are not going into the governing variables. We are basically trying to solve problems. If the students come late, you punish. The next following week, the following semester, the student will do the same. That's what single loop learning is all about. Double loop learning, go back and revisit your policy, revisit how you solve the problem that the students does not come to class late. Right? That's what double loop learning is all about. So this is something that universities, institutions of higher learning should always embed, looking at way of improving things rather than revisiting problems. For example, the front office does not suit them. All right. Probably you shift that person to a different department, get another person. Even that person doesn't find, we are not solving the problem, we are still in single loop. We need to move to the double loop to ensure that this gets improved in the long run. So with that, I would like to end. I think the time's up, all right? 30 minutes. If there is any questions they can ask?
Any questions from participants?
No. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the very interesting topics. I just want to ask how you can put any strategy for entrepreneurial strategy, engineering, the modules or engineering program.
Engineering are very technical as far as I know, right? It all depends. Okay, the first thing that I do, right, in any form of starting the semester, right? I don't start the class immediately. Never, I never do that. I always wanted to get feedback from the students. How is their feelings when they come in the first class? I ask them silly questions like, do you smoke? Do you don't smoke? Do you have girlfriend? You don't have girlfriend? Which football team do you support? Which football team you don't support? When your parents are not at home, what do you do? I get a lot of feedback. So I break the ice immediately within half an hour. After that, everything is easier. So if you're looking at engineering students, they are very boxy. All right? They're very boxy. This is what I want. This is what I want to do. So you have to break that up and bring that to entrepreneurial, right? Now, business is a different skill by itself, right? It is not something that you can teach them. They have to have the attitude, the attitude within themselves to do it. So you need to bring them out, right? I told you one of my graduates became a professional photographer, right? He was very boxy when he came to the class, right? He only wanted to work in the hospitality industry. But when he went out there, he just started one small project and he liked it, right? So the same goes to engineering students or any other students. I have medical students who come back to me telling me, I hate this medical profession. Then why did you go there? Do that? My father was. Right. So I'm not blaming anyone here, all right? Of course, I do understand the cultural thing behind, all right? The cousin is a medical student, so you also must be in the medical field. This is a cultural phenomenon that has been going for many centuries, all right? Even now it is happening, all right? We can't change that. But we also cannot say the students can decide, all right? So many elements, it will take a longer period for us to go overcome this. Right? Is there any other question? I hope you enjoyed this session today. Right? I enjoyed the session, looking at you, listening very, very attentively. I would like to thank the committee for inviting me to give me the first keynote address. Thank you very much. We'll see you again. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elan Kovan, for the keynote speech. Now we shall move on to welcome Professor E. Belingiri, our guest of honor, who is a Professor Emeritus at Osmania University, India. Professor Valengiri is an emeritus professor in the Department of Tamil in Osmania University, Hyderabad, India. His educational qualifications include PhD in Tamil, postgraduate diploma in educational administration, honorary educational degree, and much more. He is the proud author of various books. He has received an award by the Indian International Friendship Society, New Delhi. He was also honored by Vallum School Teachers Association for poetry composing. Professor Valengiri received his copper certificate presented by the government of Pondicherry on the occasion of Bharatiya centenary celebrations, and also he published his poem in the government magazine in 1983. Let's welcome Professor Valengiri for his speech.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். I am very grateful to the event to honoring me. This is a great occasion for me to speak in front of you. All of you are very big similarities, but I am not like you. So that I am getting very happy to standing in front of you. One thing in this conference I want to tell you, the world, total world is rotating on the basis of language only. Without language, we cannot move. So, if you take the whole world life as a tree, root is language. Never forget the language. Then the trunk is the philosophy and so many main branches. Philosophy, then art, economy, like that. And the small things, small branches, and the leaves and the flowers, all are other subjects. The multimedia is flower. In the life, in the world life, the tree, the multimedia is looks like a flower. It can change, but it will ever by rotationally it will come. So that you are giving smell and color, the beautiful to the life. So that to talk in front of you is, I am getting very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Valengiri, for his speech. Now, as a token of our appreciation, we would like to provide some souvenirs to our invited speakers. First of all, we would like to invite Professor Madani to come to the stage. And we would like to invite Dr. Elan Coleman. Thank you, Dr. Ilan Koban, for this speech. Prof. Madani will be handing over the memento to Dr. Ilan Koban. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Prof. Hazarul Abdul Karim to the stage and Professor Dalin Duri. As a token of our appreciation, Prof. Hazarul will be handing over the memento to Professor Dalin Duri. Next, Professor Madani will be handing over souvenir to Professor Hazarul Abdul Karim. Thank you very much, Professor Hazarul. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Pang Wai Leong to the stage. As a token of our appreciation, Dr. Pang Wai Leong will be handing over the memento to Professor Madani bin Rosli. Thank you for his great efforts in organizing this conference. Thank you very much. Now, participants, we are going to take a group photo. Please come forward to the stage and we'll be taking a group photo. So I would like to request everyone to remove your face mask temporarily for the group photo.
Of the project.
I think we need the projector as well. It's a hybrid.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, physical and virtual participants.
Look closer, look closer. Everybody smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, one more smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well done. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. One more. 1, 2, 3. One more.
Can we have one casual one?
Yeah, sure.
Casual. Formal.
One.
Yeah, formal first.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, one more. Now freestyle. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one freestyle from you as well. All right. Okay, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, bro.
Next, we shall proceed to have the next speech by our session speaker, Mr. Ankit Sharma. Mr. Ankit Sharma is the research manager at Sun Pharmaceuticals Industries Limited. He's having more than 11 years of experience in the analytical department on method development and validation activities. Mr. Ankit graduated from IMS Engineering College with a Bachelor of Technology degree in biotechnology in the year 2011, and he obtained his master's degree in chemistry in the year 2015. Currently, he is pursuing his PhD from the University of Transdisciplinary Health Sciences and Technology at Bangalore, India. Let's welcome Mr. Ankit Sharma.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all the participants from the all over the world. And myself, Ankit Sharma. Currently, I'm working in Sun Pharmaceuticals Industries Limited as a research manager. So actually, today I just want to present identification and quantification analysis of genotoxic impurities in pharmaceutical products. Actually, the major challenge for the pharmaceutical industries is recently is the genotoxic impurities, because its limit is very low. It's in ppm level or ppb level, and genotoxic impurities now all the regulatory required genotoxic impurity quantification and identification, because it's causes very major impact on the genes or DNA. It causes cancer as well. So today I want to present about some about the genotoxic impurities. So what is genotoxic impurities? Genotoxic impurities can be broadly defined as those impurities which can cause the harmful changes in your genetic mechanism. And now, because of this, now regulatory requirements are very strict, like FDA and European Union. It's given some guidelines to control the genotoxic impurity at ppm level. So what is impurities? Like component of the new drug substances which is not a chemical entity or defined as the new drug substance is called impurities, like any unwanted chemical potentially harmful, or some levels are unavoidable. So from where we came to know about the genotoxic impurity, like there is a famous like nalniphenavir mesylate callback, the famous case. Like it's a nalniphenavir mesylate is a HIV drug launched by Roche in 1998. So after some time, Roche received reports of a strange odor associated with bottles. So after that, it came to know like it just because of ethyl methane sulfonate, and this is genotoxic impurity. So due to that, Roche call back the nalniphenavir mesylate from the market, and because of that, caused loss of billions of dollars. Okay. So what is genotoxic impurities? Compound having potential to damage DNA at level of exposure are the potential genotoxic impurities. There are some agents that cause direct or indirect damage to DNA, like UV and ionization, radiation, electrophilic species, topomerase inhibitors, nucleoside analog protein synthesis inhibitors. So what is genotoxicity, what is mutagenicity, and what is cancer? So like genotoxicity is that causes the any changes in at your DNA level or chromosome level. It may be the structure or it may be the numerical. So mutagenicity, it involves the specific genes resulting in mutation, which results in a carcinogenic. So any uncontrolled growth of cells, it's called cancer. So genotoxicity, like any genotoxic impurity, it's firstly causes changes into your chromosome level or genes level. After it causes the cancer. Recently, the cancer patient is very high in India as well. So it maybe due to the some pharmaceutical medicine that having the genotoxic impurity, that we want to take this medicine to live better, to make our health better, but somehow that medicine, or if they have any genotoxic impurity, that causes cancer as well somehow. So from 2007, regulatory guidelines coming. Now FDA separately make the guideline for genotoxic impurity, and recently just because of nitrosamine impurity, so many challenges faced by pharmaceutical industry all over the world. So like in 2007, European Medicine Agency given a guideline for the limits of genotoxic impurity. In 2008, US FDA drafted guidance for the control of the genotoxic impurity. In recent years, like from 2018, the amendment is done by the FDA, and from 2020, all over the world, pharmaceutical industries control the genotoxic impurity at ppm level. So the recent challenge is nitrosamine, because just because of nitrosamine, so many products, it's firstly find out by the in sartans group. Metformin NDMA impurity was found in metformin. After that, in so many products, nitrosamine impurity is found, and due to the major challenge for the nitrosamine impurity is its limit, because its limit is very less, like 0.012 ppm level, and whenever there is a secondary amine present in the molecule of the API, then due to the presence of nitrite is available in air also. So due to the presence of nitrite, that amine convert nitrosamine impurity. So it's a very big challenge in recent days. So genotoxic impurity, there are some structural alerts for the genotoxic impurities, like there are in aldehydes compounds, there hydrogens is there, nitro is there, azo compound is there, carbamate is there. So there are the structure alerts. These structures are present in API, then it might be possibilities of the genotoxic impurities are present in the compound. So there are 5 types of classification of genotoxic impurity. Like in class 1, impurities are known to be both genotoxic and carcinogenic. In class 2, impurities are genotoxic but with unknown carcinogenic potential. In class 3, impurities are structure alerts with unknown genotoxic potential, for those which the structures are unrelated to API structure. In class 4, impurities have an alerting structure related to the API structure. So that is related to the API. So in class 5, impurities are not structural alerts, thus control and ordinary impurities. For ordinary impurities, we have separate guideline, ICH Q3 guideline for impurities. So that impurities came into Q3 guideline. So these are the some acceptable limit by the ICH M7 for genotoxic impurities. So these are the acceptable limit for some compounds, like benzoyl chloride is 41 microgram per day. These are the acceptable limit. So what are the sources of impurities in pharmaceutical product? Because there is a procedure for making an API, and after making an API, there is a procedure for making a tablet or capsule, whatever drug formulation it is. So in the procedure of making a API, there are so many procedures, like we have taken the starting material and we produce some intermediates, but some byproducts are there, some reagents we are using, some solvent we are using, some catalyst we are using, some degradation products as well. So for making an API, there are lots of steps are there. So at every step, there is a chances there to generate a genotoxic impurity, because if any compound is there, any reagent is there that have a tendency to make the formation of genotoxic impurity, like is related to hydrogen, it's related to formaldehyde, benzaldehyde, nitro compound is there, oxide is there, so any toxic compound is there as well. So it's tendency to generate a genotoxic impurity, and that genotoxic impurity become a mutagenic, carcinogenic. So need for the study. What is the need for a study? Like according to the whole world, like ICH guideline is there. So there are all regulatory requirement, like US, there is a FDA, for European Union, there is a EU, Japan, JPMA. So all the regulatory requirement is there to control the genotoxic impurities at its specification limit. So what are the methods and action points? Like how we know that this is a this compound having a genotoxic impurity or not? So we have some software, because there are two methods, like its biological method is one is software based method to know that its API or its compound having tendency to make a genotoxic impurity, like any raw material, agent, intermediates or impurities are there. So we have done the assessment through the software like TopCat, Direct, Case Ultra. There are types of software. So the two types of prediction in software is there. One is rule based, one is statistics based. So by these two, on these two bases, we came to know this impurity is having a mutagenic concern or not. If this this structure is having a mutagenic concern, then we finally conclude what are the possible genotoxic impurities are there in this API. So then whatever the potential genotoxic impurity present in that API, then we have controlled that genotoxic impurities at permissible limit. So there are biological tests as well, like MS test is there to know about the genotoxic impurity. So what is the threshold for toxicological concern? So what is the calculation for genotoxic impurity? Like it's related to the dosage form, or whatever the dose for per day. So if your there is a simple formula, limit is decided by the formula, like one TTC is 1.5 microgram per day, and whatever the dose, if your dosage is 0.375 gram per day, then you can divide 1.5 divided by 0.375, it's become 4 ppm is the limit for that impurity. So this is some basic about the genotoxic impurity. Recently, all the pharmaceutical industries are working on the identification and quantification of nitrosamine. There are so many products like metformin, duloxetine, ciprofloxacin, valsartan, metformin. So they having the genotoxic nitrosamine impurity, and the limit is very less. So the major challenge is to control the nitrosamine impurity at a very low level, and there are so many possibilities to become the impurity, like there are raw material, there are intermediates, and in nitrosamine case, like amine is present in that API, and nitrate is freely available in the environment, HCl, water. So it's very tough challenge to control that nitrate, because you can't control the amine because it's present in the API. So it's very tough to control the nitrite in the raw material or intermediate. So thank you so much. Any questions? Any questions related to genotoxic impurities?
From Bosch Global Software Technologies, Tamil Nadu, India, to present his work on boosting accuracy of supervised algorithm with the introduction of helper constant. Dr. Saravana Kumar. Dr. Saravana, you have 8 minutes to present, and we will have 2 minutes for Q&A.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hello, all. Good morning and good afternoon to all my colleagues and friends for present here as well as virtually. So we are here to present a topic on the boosting technique. So to improvising the accuracy, boosting accuracy of the improvised algorithm with the introduction of helper constant. Myself, Saravana Kumar Shanmugam, I am a software architect at Bosch Global Software Technologies India. So along with me, we have our co-author, Karthik Sridhara, who is our engineering manager, Bosch Global Software Technologies India. To get started, this is our quick agenda. So we will talk about our abstract. Mainly abstract covers about the problem statement, what we have done through this paper, and we have the existing approaches. We would like to give you a quick glance on the existing approaches, and we will talk about with the helper constant how, in the boosting area what we have done, and we will talk about the results and conclusion. So to start with the abstract, so we all know machine learning's, the success of any machine learning algorithm lies, is based on its accuracy. Yeah. We also know that when the data set volume is getting increased slowly, the accuracy of the algorithm starts to decrease. And that's why we normally get into the boosting technique. So boosting normally is kind of like, it's an ensemble technique. So where the prediction of any model is improved, by having a collaboration from different, multiple opinions. So it's like if we want to buy any car or anything, it's not like we will walk into the car store and we will buy straight away from the seller whatever he is giving an opinion. But instead, we would have browsed. We would have browsed, and we would have also heard the opinion from different people. So likewise, boosting is kind of like an ensemble technique where the opinion falls from different angles, and the classifier accuracy is made based on several iterations. Yeah, there are many nice existing approaches, but still we would also in our paper we are talking about a helper constant. where we are trying to maintain the algorithm's accuracy, without decreasing, even though whenever a volume of data is getting increased. So moving towards that, to get started with the existing approach, we have a very good two approaches that are right there, that is existing today. The first one to talk about is ADA boost as an adaptive boosting techniques. Where in the ADA boost, what happens is the data points are equally shared, with all the attributes. Slowly, the classifier, it was a weak classifier, but slowly it will be improvised. The weak classifier becomes stronger in the ADA boost techniques. And this ADA boost technique is mainly used for binary classification. And we also move on to the next one of the again a nice approach that is existing today, that is the gradient boosting technique, where here it works in a sequential manner. So it slowly works on the sequential manner, but this gradient boosting is actually mainly involved in classification and regression. Again, here the gradient boosting is focused on an iterative approach. But even though we have a very nice existing approach, then what lacks is the point. That means disadvantage or the cons what we have in the existing approaches is in the existing approaches, the accuracy of the model will get decreased when there is a noisy data involved. Then there comes our approach, boosting with helper constant. So here we would like to explain to you this booster algorithm, what we have done here in 4 important steps. To start with, the very first step is we have selected the attributes. Yes, using the feature extraction techniques, we are selecting the best possible attributes, and we are fitting here with various supervised learning algorithms. So in this paper, we are focusing completely on the supervised algorithm. So after extracting the attributes, we are fitting the attributes with various supervised model. And from the various supervised model, we will identify the reasonable model, the reasonable supervised algorithm that matches the attribute. That will be the second step. In the third step comes our core formula. So what we are trying to do here is from the attributes. So we have from the collective of supervised models, we have identified the supervised model. We have the attributes. Now we have actually we have given the weightage to the attributes equally at this moment. We are adding, along with that weightage, we are actually adding the objective class weight, because what will be our class objective? Because the class objective will be the final part, we all know, and the weightage of the class is added towards the weight of the attributes, and it is divided by the helper constant value, that is the booster constant value. So how we are identifying the booster constant value? So for the booster constant value, identifying the booster constant value will be our fourth step, where we actually pass the numbers from 1 to 2, and with the help of the elbow graph, we actually identify at which accuracy state the booster constant value remains very stable. So, example, in this graph, you could see that the accuracy is very stable when the booster constant value is 1.5 or 1.6. So either 1.5 or 1.6 accuracy value is chosen, and that will remain as the booster constant value. So now with the help of booster constant value, adding the objective class weightage also to the existing weight of the attributes. So this formula will help us to improvise the accuracy of the existing approaches with a more accuracy. So the important takeaway for us here is the accuracy is not only maintained, we are also improving the accuracy, even when noisy data is involved. That will be because with the noisy data, normally we tend to eliminate certain data, but here in our approaches, we have a biggest advantage of not eliminating any data, Instead, we are, even though with the existence of the noisy data, we were able to improve the accuracy as well as also to maintain the accuracy, even when the data set volume is getting increased. So we would like to show you a couple of validation results, what we have done on the existing supervised algorithms. The first one we would like to take you on the logistic regression techniques, because normally logistic and linear regression techniques are so powerful and simple regression techniques that works very well on the text classification and other stuff. So we have taken Microsoft Paraphrase Corpus. So Microsoft Paraphrase Corpus is an open source. So it is actually an open source which provides us 1 lakh of data for us to test and validate. It's open source. Everyone can avail it. And so here you can see with the logistic regression technique, when logistic regression technique worked on the Microsoft corpuses, the accuracy of the model is getting decreased when the data set volume is getting increased. Yeah. And so here we are pitching in our booster constant value. We are identifying the booster constant value. We could see that when the booster constant value is 1.4 or 1.5, the accuracy is trying to remain stable. So with the help of the identified booster constant value, we are actually performing the same logistic regression with the help of booster constant, and we can observe that the accuracy is not only improved, and we are maintaining a for sure accuracy of more than 90% threshold value, even with a large volume of data. And we would also like to highlight on the linear regression. So again, with the linear regression, we have we have more number of the accuracy starts to get increased when there is an involvement in the when there is more number of data set volume is getting increased. But again, with the linear regression, with the booster constant, boosting helper constant concept, we have the accuracy is getting increased as well as maintained. So the advantage is, yes, the very important advantage is the accuracy remains stable and it is an improvised fashion, even though even with the larger data set volumes. With this observation, we would like to conclude and re-emphasize on a couple of important takeaways. The very first important takeaway is there are existing approaches. Yes, there are nicer existing approaches, works very well, but they demand elimination of noisy data or the missing values. But with our approach, even when there is a noisy data is involved, the accuracy remains stable, and the accuracy also is getting improved and remains is also getting improved, even though when you have an increase in the data set volume. So these are the important two takeaways. And in future, what is the plan for us? What is there for us in down the pipeline? So we are working, or we are extending our approach. So currently it is working on the supervised algorithms very well. We would also like to extend our approaches to the unsupervised and semi-supervised algorithms. So that is in the pipeline, and we are working forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah Balakumar, for your presentation. Now we shall open to questions from the floor. Anyone?
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Song from Vipa. Actually, based on my understanding, the more data we have, the higher the accuracy is. But why otherwise? And the second reason why we choose for accuracy, because usually performance pressure, we choose that one, precision, accuracy, and also the code. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we could have highlighted the F1 score and other stuff, but to answer your first question, why there is a decrease in the accuracy when there is more data set volume is increased? So the thing is, the dimensionality factor is getting increased. So normally the dimensional vector space, the feature vector space, what we normally talk, the feature vector space, the attributes keeps on increasing when there is more number of attributes involved. And due to the noisy data, what happens is we tend to eliminate certain data, because when there is a noisy data involved, normally you try to eliminate certain rows, or we will try to filter with the zero values, or sometimes we will eliminate certain rows and the missing values. So many approaches are there to remove noisy data. But there are cases where, with the help of the noisy data, there are undiscovered scenarios that will also be addressed. So, but with the existing supervised algorithms, but with the existing boosting techniques, when those noisy data is present, they tends to, with the removal of those noisy data, the accuracy is slowly started to decrease because those undiscovered scenarios are removed. So that is the thing. But with this, our thing, the algorithm can also work along with the noisy data.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting presentation. I think what you are meaning by increasing the data is, I think, increasing the attributes or the features, not the record, right? Not the number of records.
Increasing the data set here means the number of training data set, increasing the number of records.
So are you mean, you mean for the text data or for the training data?
For the training data.
So what about if you train again another model?
Yeah,
the increase number.
With the increase in the number, not only with the supervised approaches, when the increased number of training data increases, and newer discovery of attributes keeps on adding. So, you want to again reiterate the model with more number of attributes. That is because the presence of the noise data demands more number of attributes to be trained.
Yes. Thank you.
And I would also like to introduce you because I have we have our co-author virtually, Karthik, you have some words.
Yeah, firstly, thank you for giving us this opportunity. It was a great approach from us, which we believe that there are various applications possible in the fields wherever machine learning is applicable. Like Sarana rightly mentioned, accuracy is very key in the field of ML, and with the help of booster constant, if we can keep it stable, though the data set volume increases and though the noisy data creeps in, which is going to be very beneficial. And also there are very couple of interesting questions. I'm sure there are many more questions. Like I said, we have also future work in the unsupervised territory as well going forward. So thank you very much, firstly, and congratulations to also Saravana for this beautiful approach. Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you for your words.
Thank you very much. We shall move on to the next presentation by Mr. Mohadi Ipa Barakat, who is an undergraduate student at the Faculty of Engineering, Multimedia University, Cyberjaya campus. Mr. Mohadi will be presenting his work on
Okay.
Over to you, Mr. Mohadi.
Hi everyone, and good evening. I'm Mohadi Barakat. I'm a student at Multimedia University here in Malaysia, Cyberjaya. This paper talks about seeing the difference or comparing between different machine learning algorithms in detecting chronic kidney disease based on some blood test results and some general knowledge such as age, blood pressure, and so on. In this presentation, we will cover 5 main topics: the problem, the literature review, the results, and of course, the framework for this. First of all, the problem or the motive to start this paper was that chronic kidney disease is the 16th worldwide death cause. And not only that, but it was always less than 5% of patients even know they have chronic kidney disease. The rest of people didn't even know that they have that disease. Over the past few years, there were some approaches to use machine learning to detect chronic kidney disease. Those approaches had some flaws, either choosing the wrong algorithm or using the right algorithm poorly. And so in this paper, we're trying to reach the best algorithm and use it to get the best accuracy. First of all, for our methodology, we started by analyzing our data set. Our data set showed a very good distribution over each individual input. For example, the albumin, the red blood cell count, the age, the sodium, and so on. And then, after analyzing the data set, we started applying our linear regression, KNN, and decision tree to decide which one is better. Why did we choose those three? Basically, based on our literature review, those three techniques, as simple as they are, prove to be the best fitted machine learning algorithms for such problems. After deciding that KNN was mostly the best one of them, we applied K-fold to make sure that dividing the training data set and the testing was so accurate. Then we applied SWOT just to get away from the problems of overfitting. At the end, the samples were in the data set, the people who had chronic kidney disease was around 2/3 of the whole data set, which was a very good distribution for training and for testing. Our results showed that linear regression was a good option at the start until KNN was introduced properly. KNN, choosing the K value was the real challenge, because most papers either use K equal 1, K equal 5, or sometimes a very large number, and that base number was K equal to 198, I think. Almost choosing the wrong K value results in a very bad accuracy. And that's what happened when we started showing K equal to 5 or more or less than 2. So to solve this, we started iterating over the K values from 1 to 200. And the best value was K equal 2, which gave us 99% accuracy. So, I'd like to thank the team, first of all, me, Muqtadi, Dr. Chan, Dr. Lee, my supervisors. Thank you. Please, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Muqtadi, for the presentation. Shall we have questions from the floor? Anyone?
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to ask the foundation of the machine learning. How you got the data set?
The data set was publicly released from a research lab in US.
Oh, so this is the.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question already asked. Sorry, repeat the answer. What I had. Okay, inshallah. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Muqtadi. Next, we shall move on to the third presentation by Yassin Subi Hussein from the Computer Science and Information Systems Department at Ahmed bin Mohammed Military College, Qatar. His paper is entitled Virtual Reality Systems for Exposure Therapy. Yes. Just a short announcement, participants will be having another photography section later on. After our technical section 1. Okay, please stay back for the photography section and then we shall break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having some technical issue with Taksim's presentation. So now we shall get another presenter, Mr. Kailas Joram Ahiri, to present his paper on studies on effects of unexplored organic traditional water waste as organic fertilizer on quality and yield of grapes. Over to you, Mr. Kailas.
Nice. You share already your slide? Email actually. You email to them? Yeah. Then to ask them. Okay. Can you connect this? One I have in pendrive also. Shall I give it to pendrive? Here also can. Okay. Do you have any videos inside? Have any videos inside? No. Okay, so you can screen. Can you share it? Right? You can just read it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, all respected dignitaries and all respected participants. My name is Kailas Agire. I am working as a PhD student under the guidance of Dr. Ashok Vidati. So, Dr. Vidati sir is my PhD supervisor, who is guiding me to pursue my PhD. So, today's topic for the presentation in this wonderful international conference, that is studies on effects of unexplored organic traditional leather waste as an organic fertilizer on quality and yield of grapes. So as we know that in India, grapes is grown under the variety of soil and climatic condition. So it is considered as one of the major crops in India, and so many farmers in India exporting these grapes to the all over the world. So it is considered, and it is mostly one of the most remunerative farming enterprises in India. As we know that in India, grapes are grown throughout the year, spanning a wide region. So in various regions, right from the south, north, here grapes is cultivated throughout the year. So here, what we try? So here we try to apply or to utilize this organic traditional leather waste. Actually, it is an unexplored traditional leather waste, which have tremendous, potential to use as organic fertilizer in the agriculture sector. So here, this organic traditional leather waste is the waste comes from the first few steps of the leather processing work done by the cobbler community in rural area. So here, basically, we have collected this waste from the rural area, where the cobbler community do several things, right from the collection after the death of the animals. So what they do, they collect the skin of the animals and they do the several processes. They use some treatments. They use, like for example, lime, salt. Even they also use some seeds of the acacia plants and all these things, and they make that leather in the form of just they can utilize, or they can be used in to product or to manufacture the various leather products. So during this processing stage, each and every stage, the various types of waste that can be generated, and they just simply throw that waste in the dumping site, and because they have their own dumping sites in the rural area, and after a few years, maybe 5 years, 10 years, due to decomposition that can be done by the microorganisms, so that waste can be converted into fertilizer. So we have used that waste. It has already become a fertilizer, and we have applied it in the agriculture, and to see what type of actually impacts can be caused due to this leather manufacturing waste or leather processing waste. Right. So here, this waste can be used as organic fertilizer in agriculture sector. Actually, this is the unexplored waste that can be used as a fertilizer. So what we did, we try to just to find out the various types of impact of this waste through the scientific manner on the yield and quality of grapes. So here, as we know, with respect to our objectives, so we know that it's a very famous quote, that is research is what people's humanity forward. So whatever research we are doing, it should be useful to the society. We should give something to the society through our research and development. So therefore, what we tried, we have taken very basic issue of the rural people, and here we have set some objectives. So with respect to science and technology, so obviously in agriculture, understand the effects of organic traditional leather waste as an organic fertilizer on yield and quality of grapes through scientific trials. So we have conducted scientific trials on field, as well as we have done some laboratory work also. With respect to the sustainable and profitable farming, so obviously through this application of this organic fertilizer, so obviously it may lead to the sustainable agriculture, because we know that with the help of organic fertilizer, so here we are boosting to the organic farming. So somewhere we can able to reduce the soil pollution or some other types of environmental pollutions. So it may also leading to the sustainable agriculture, obviously profitable agriculture. So if we are able to increase the yield of the crop, so obviously it may lead to the profitable farming. So in social development, so exploring alternative and revenue streams. So the cobbler community basically lives in the rural area. So if we prove this their whatever this traditional this leather processing waste, if it is having the tremendous scope in agriculture, so they will get the alternative revenue, and farmers can buy this waste to apply in the agriculture. So therefore it may also leading to give some alternative revenue to them. And even through our this research, we are trying to boost the rural development. So obviously it may result in the economic development of the cobbler community in rural India. So this is the this organic traditional leather waste collection site. So we have collected this waste from the village, that is the Dodambe, which is in the Maharashtra, and there are very large number of cobbler communities there, or cobbler peoples are there, and from there we get this waste. So with respect to methodology, so our work has been divided into two parts. One is the field work, second one is the laboratory work. So here with respect to some laboratory work, so first we have done the physicochemical properties of organic traditional leather waste. So what we have analyzed, so we have analyzed some physicochemical properties of this leather waste in the laboratory. So I have done this work in the IIT Dhanbad, which is the Indian School of Mines, and so I went there as a INSA visiting scientist. So there we have analyzed this waste in the laboratory. So we have done several tests like physicochemical properties. These are some parameters like pH, EC, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen. These are some parameters that we have analyzed. So what are the quantities of these parameters, and also some heavy metals, right? To see what type of nutrients, what type of minerals, or what type of contents there in the this organic fertilizer. Even we have used this instrument, for example, FESAM, even CHNO elemental analyzer, even XRA. These are some instruments that we have used to analyze this some physicochemical parameters of the organic traditional leather waste. So this state with respect to study area, so our study area, so I have here set the scientific trials on the grape farms, which is in the Pipalgaon Baswan. Again, it's Nasik district in Maharashtra, in India. So here again, this fertilizer we have applied by the drenching and subsoil application. So we have applied this fertilizer by two ways. One is through the drenching, and second one is by application as a subsoil application on the grapes with respect to various concentration and intervals. So we have made some concentrations and some intervals also. So here these are the treatments. So here in treatments, this is the A1 and A2. So A1 is nothing but the here we have applied this fertilizer in various concentration in the 15 DIAP. So here DIAP is nothing but the days interval after pruning. So here we know that in grapes we have to do the pruning. So in basically in Maharashtra, so we do the pruning in the October season. So here after the pruning, with respect to A1, so we have given the treatment to the grapes of the various concentration of this fertilizer in every 15 days of interval, and A2 is nothing but the 30 days of interval. So the concentration that we have made, that is the 1.5 ppm, 1 ppm, 2 ppm, 3 ppm, 4 ppm, and then 5 ppm, and even in second 3, that is the B. Here we have applied the fertilizer as it is, and by taking the various weight, for example, 100 gram per plant, even 200 gram per plant, even 300 gram per plant, 300 gram per plant, 400 and 500 gram per plant. We have applied it into the grape vine. Okay, and the interval it was 15 days. Every 15 days we have applied this fertilizer. And compared to this, compared to this all these treatments, we have also set one control. Here we have we had nothing applied to the control. So to see the comparison between the treatments and this control. So these are the treatments that I have already mentioned. So we have done several parameters. We have analyzed these parameters, for example, morphological parameters. So we have considered the cane diameter, internodal distance, number of bunches per vine. So we have also counted the number of bunches per vine. Even in biological studies of the plant leaves. So with respect to the various concentrations, we have also analyzed the protein content, even reducing sugar content, even total chlorophyll content in the plant leaves with respect to each and every treatment. And these parameters, these quality parameters, we have analyzed in the ICAR, National Research Center for Grapes. That is the premier institute of the government of India, which is doing the research in the grapes. So here these are the various quality parameters that we have determined in the laboratory of the NRC grapes. So for example, number of berries per bunch. We have also counted the number of berries per bunch with respect to each and every treatment. Even bunch weight, even 50 berry weight, then berry diameter, then berry length, skin thickness of the berry, even pedicle thickness, even determination of the acidity in berries, even total soluble solids are nothing but the sugar content in the berry. Then yield per hectare. We have also calculated the yield per hectare. Treatment wise yield per hectare also calculated, and we have compared it with the control. And here these are some results. So here this is the surface study of this organic traditional leather waste. So we have studied it in the FESM, right? So even these are some properties of this traditional leather waste. These are the various elements that we have found, which is in weight percent or isoatomic percent also, and also we got the various very excellent result, right? So it can show it has a tremendous potential to provide the nutrients to the plants for the better growth as well as yield. So these are some properties of the for example, nitrogen, carbon, nitrogen, sulfur. This is the content, percent content that we have analyzed. Even we have also analyzed it in XRF by using the XRF. So these are the various types of elements that we have found in the this traditional organic leather waste, and these are some morphological parameters. Treatment wise, for example, average shoot length, given cane diameter, internal distance, number of berries per bunch. So here we can able to see this if we compare it with the control. So here we can see with respect to control, whatever treatments we have provided. So we have already got very good result. Even each and every treatment here we can able to conclude that. So this organic fertilizer having very huge potential to improve the yield as well as quality of the grapes. So we have applied it on the grapes, but it can be used in any crops to take the maximum yield as well as quality. So these are the parameters that we can able to see. Even here this protein content, reducing sugar, total chlorophyll. Even you have compared. So compared to control, even we are getting very good result to the various treatments of the this organic traditional leather waste that can be used as a fertilizer. So even our most important that is the here if you see the yield parameter. So here in the yield parameter also compared to the control, here the yield of this each and every treatment has increased, right? So these are also several parameters that we have analyzed, And here each and every parameter, somewhere we are getting a good result in control also compared to treatments, right? But maximum, if you see in maximum treatments, we are getting good result to compared to the control with respect to various treatments. So here at the conclusion, here we can say the waste contain all essential nutrients required for plant growth. So as we know that because it contains various type of essential nutrients which are required for the better plant growth as well as yield. So here this organic traditional leather waste, it has a great potential to use as an organic fertilizer in agriculture sector, which can be improve the quality as well as yield of the grapes. Even with respect to the result, present study concluded that this unexplored organic traditional waste has a potential that I have already discussed, and compared to the application of the fertilizer in the form of liquid. So here if we use this fertilizer as it is, right, and if we apply to the soil root, right, so here it will get very great result compared to the to application compared to the as a liquid form. So therefore here, and these studies also help the boosting of rural development. So obviously, whenever farmers come to know this particular traditional leather waste having the great potential to utilize it and as a fertilizer in the agriculture farm, so obviously they will go to buy this fertilizer from the cobbler community. So this cobbler community will also get some money, and it will also act as an additional income for them. And ultimately, here we are boosting their economy also, because this cobbler community, they are poor people. So if they are getting something, some additional money from this waste, so obviously it may help to improve their economy also, and farmers will also get the maximum yield and the quality of their crops. So obviously it may also lead to the improve their economy, right? So these are some photographs of my study. So this is the opinion of the farmer, that we have applied our trials on the grape of this farmer. So according to him, he is also saying because it is written in our original language, it is in Marathi, right? So you may not able to read it, but according to him, the whatever treatments or whatever this organic traditional leather waste has applied on his farm, so he found very good result, yield also and quality wise also. And he has also exported the grapes, right? Because it is the organic, so therefore it will not remain any kind of residue, right, in the grapes. So that is also helpful for him. And he's obviously he's saying, as a farmer, I must recommend this waste as a organic organic fertilizer in the agriculture. So this is also the opinion of the researcher who is working in the IIT Dhanbad, and he was working with me. So according to him also, it is a very this waste is also very good potential to work as an organic fertilizer in the agriculture field. So in the acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge and say thankful to my research guide, Professor Dr. A.M. Datir, who is present here. So for providing the guidance and mentoring and motivating me to complete this project. Even I would like to express my gratitude to the Dr. Vivek Gaikwad, who is the principal of my college, and the UGC Stride Cell of my college, for providing the fund to pursue to complete this research work. Even I also acknowledge the Indian Institute of Technology, Dhanbad, and National Research Center for Grapes for providing me the facility to complete my research work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Due to time limit, we can take one question from the floor. Anyone?
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. So for an organic fertilizer, compared to the conventional chemical,
yeah, if we compare it with our conventional fertilizers, so here if we know that if we apply the conventional fertilizer, so it will increase yield obviously, no doubt. But ultimately, if you see, so we are creating the extra burden on the environment because through the conventional or this chemical fertilizer, it may lead to the soil pollution also. It is also creating the water pollution, and even it's one of the biggest challenge that is nowadays we are facing, that is eutrophication. Because the excess use of these various types of chemical fertilizers, right? And due to surface runoff, these chemical fertilizers will reach to the water bodies, for example, river, lake, ponds, and it will lead to the algal bloom. So unnecessary, the growing of the algae, and that algae will create problem for the photosynthesis, and even it will also create problem to the aquatic flora and fauna. And it will also secrete some kind of toxic elements which will destroy the aquatic flora fauna. And also this soil pollution, even due to these chemical fertilizers, right? Some kind of residue will also remain in the these plant crops, right? But if you use such type of these organic fertilizers, so obviously it will also lead to the yield and quality of these crops. But positive thing is that one of the major advantage that is it is not creating any kind of environmental burden or environmental issues, right? That is most important thing that we need to consider while applying this fertilizer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We shall have another photography section before we break for lunch.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It's very tight actually. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The papers? No, they're over there. Okay. I don't know. I'm not from this area.
Tadi macam mana dia boleh sambung wireless? Boleh
Sambung apa?
Sambung kat projector wireless.
Kamera.
Tahu tak dia laptop wireless dia sambung kat
Oh,
projector tadi.
they join Zoom. Can you share from Zoom?
They request all the virtual participants to turn on their cameras
They join the Zoom meeting
for a group photo.
Yeah.
Tak apa, saya pakai pen drive boleh sini.
Need to use another laptop. Can you? Space. Oh.
Tak apa, saya dah bawa laptop.
Okay. Yeah. Cameraman over here. Alright. So yeah.
Saya ingat dia beli tahun dia.
Tak ada. They join the meeting and they share.
We request all the virtual participants to turn on their cameras for group photo.
Tekan sekali. Space. Orang nak ni. Tak masuk kat Zoom. Tak mati. Tak kan? Kena situ kat tu. Kamera tengok mana? Tak payah. Biar tu. Dah. Wait. Alright, zoom in. Okay.
A few people come to the other side. Okay, you can stand beside the chair. Beside that seat.
I will block it.
Come stand.
I will be in front of them. I will block
Yeah,
it.
you're still in blood. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Squeeze in and just squeeze. Go closer, go closer.
I have to find out.
Right.
You can off the light.
Yeah, I will.
Boleh off projector.
Kejap boleh.
Ha? Tak, bukan. Boleh off. Ha. Okay. Better.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. One more. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3, freestyle. Okay, one more. Make some noise, huh? 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Okay. Okay, this is another common one. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Freestyle. Okay, freestyle. One more. All right. Hold on. One more thing. They want the online participants to be on the screen as well. So.
I think the online participants totally cannot see.
Yeah, just.
Besides, no one.
We just follow the protocol.
No one switch on the camera. Dah. Memang nak dia sebab you off tadi kan, dia lambat.
Request all the virtual participants to turn on the cameras.
Okay, everyone gets closer.
They're supposed to announce the camera, not the
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, ready? One more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, online users, freestyle. 1, 2, 3.
On the where is my iPad?
We shall break for which everyone has
There.
the one. The lunch session will be at the great room.
Hi there, Jihan. Ah,
Hello, how are
hello.
you?
Oh, great. Thank you for
Awesome.
inviting me in this session.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. What time is it there?
2:10 p.m.
Oh, okay.
It's a
an
nice time.
afternoon.
Yeah, it's a nice
Yeah.
time to having a discussion.
Great. Awesome. So I guess we will be starting in a few minutes.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good day from Indonesia, Dr. Nabil.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, great.
Good morning, Nabil.
Good morning from Morocco. Maybe good afternoon from Malaysia.
Exactly.
From Malaysia, we are currently in Kuala Lumpur. Welcome back from our lunch break. So now we are going to proceed with the remaining program for afternoon session. So we're going to start the afternoon session with the panel discussion. So I would like to welcome our panelists. I would like to welcome our panelists, Dr. Jihani and Masud, Dr. Aisha Bushara, Mr. Nabil Belmeki, and Mr. Budianto Hamudin. So they will be presenting their ideas and insights on the topic, how to write and publish a scientific research paper. Okay, over to you, panelists.
Thank you very much. Warm greetings, everyone from Morocco, and many thanks to the organizers of the 42nd World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology for their invitation. And welcome to all audience to this panel discussion, which is, as mentioned, under the theme of how to write and publish a scientific research paper. I would like to also extend my thanks to our distinguished speakers who are present today from different cities and different countries to share their insights and perspectives as either researchers, reviewers, or journal editors on the theme. Many thanks to Professor Aisha Bushara, Mr. Budianto Hamudin, and Mr. Nabil Belmeki. We will straightforward go with the panel discussion, and we will start with Professor Dr. Aisha Bushara. I will give a short introduction to Professor Bushara. She's a professor in the Department of Languages and Communication at the Faculty of Science and Techniques in Tangier, Abdelmalek Saadi University in Morocco. She holds a PhD in Gender and Media from Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah University in Fez, Morocco. She was an associate member of the multidisciplinary research group on women called TANID at Moulay Ismail University, Meknes in Morocco. Currently, she's a co-researcher at the Observatoire francophone pour le développement inclusif par le genre at the University of Quebec in Montreal in Canada. Her research interests focus on multiple themes related to gender. She has given many lectures on feminism and human rights, women's status in colonial and post-colonial Morocco, and gender dynamics in Morocco. Professor Aisha Bushara will be tackling the issue specifically when it comes to components of a scientific paper and also revision and proofreading of your scientific research paper. Professor Bushara, the floor is yours, and you have 6 minutes to introduce your perspective.
Thank you, Professor Jihan. Thank you for inviting me for this panel discussion. And thank you for the organizers of the conference on applied science, engineering and technology for having me. Concerning the components of a scientific paper, the main sections of a scientific article can be summarized in the acronym IMRAD, IMR and D. I for introduction, M for methods, R for results, and D for discussion. So the introduction provides information on the importance of the topic. It highlights previous research, identifies the unanswered questions or gaps, proposes to seek answers. So it starts with general information and moves to more specific ideas. The method section explains how the problem was studied by naming and explaining the methodology followed, mostly in a chronological way. The results section, on the other hand, describes data in a concise and precise way. It can include graphics, tables, and should be described in a clear and easy way to understand for the reader. It shouldn't be too complicated to understand. We should also avoid interpretations at this step, that is the results. The most important component and the hardest one actually is the discussion. Here we need to interpret the data we found to answer the questions we asked in the introduction. We can mention either correlation or discrepancies with previous research. We can also suggest solutions or recommendations at the end of this section, unless we are advised differently by the publishing journal. Some journals like to have a section specifically for recommendations, for example. I would add also the last component, which is a conclusion. This is not about summarizing the article as one may think. It is rather to highlight the most important outcome of the research, to show how much you answered your questions, and to state what still needs to be done in relation to your topic. Of course, we must not forget about two more sections of a scientific article, which are the reference list and the abstract, the beginning and the end of a scientific article. Your reference list must be consistent with the referencing style required by the journal. It could be either MLA, APA, or another referencing style. Make sure not to forget any reference that you used as a citation in your article. There are many reference management softwares that are now available for free and that can help you with this task. For example, you could use Mendeley, EndNote, or Zotero. Concerning the very beginning of your scientific article, which is your abstract, you can consider it as a miniature format of your article, so that it contains all the previous components I mentioned, but in a very brief way. Usually an abstract does not exceed 150 to 300 words. An abstract is usually drafted after you finish writing your article. Concerning revision and proofreading, revision here refers to editing your work. You can ask yourself, for example, the following questions. Is my word choice precise and effective? Are my sentences clear? Are they maybe too long or too short? Are my ideas easy to understand? Are the transitions from one idea to another, are they smoothly presented? Did I provide enough example or evidence? So this is for editing or revision. Now, concerning proofreading, the questions here would be different because they are more concerned about the language we use. For example, are my spelling and punctuation correct? Are the sentence structures correct? Is there a subject and verb agreement? Did I use the correct tense in the right section? Are there any repetitions maybe? Also, you can ask yourself the use of articles, and the, because this is usually a common mistake that I personally find while proofreading different articles. Are they used in the right position? So when you reach these two steps of editing and proofreading, try to give yourself enough time to distance yourself from your paper. You can, get busy with another topic, with other activities that you have, and you can return to the paper later. Usually we tend to find errors and mistakes that we didn't really pay attention while we have been saturated with our article. So this is briefly speaking about the sections of an article and revision and proofreading.
Thank you very much, Professor Aisha. Thank you for respecting the time. Now we will move to Professor Nabil Belmaki. Professor Nabil Belmaki is a Moroccan researcher and writer. He obtained his PhD from Sidi Mohammed bin Abdullah University of Fes, Morocco. He is currently a professor of English at the Higher School of Technology, Moulay Ismail University of Meknes, Morocco. Nabil serves, Professor Nabil serves as a reviewer for international journals, such as the International Journal of Language and Literacy Studies, the International Journal of Education, Culture and Societies, the International Ecolinguistics Association, and the Public Journal of Semiotics. He is a frequent participant at scholarly conferences in Morocco and around the world, including Lithuania, Spain, and Egypt. He also translates articles and books from English to Arabic and from Arabic to English. His major research areas comprise visual semiotics, discourse analysis, and language education. He has also appeared many times on national and international media outlets, including Le Matin, Aujourd'hui, Deuxième, Al-Oula, France 24, Tamazir TV, and others. Mr. Belmaki will tackle the issue through two, I would say, axes: how to write a scholarly paper, and also the criteria of a good research topic. Professor Belmaki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly well.
Okay, thank you very much. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen from Morocco. And I'd like, first of all, to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me here today. And thank you very much, Dr. Jihan, for the introduction. So as you can see on the screen, I'm going to talk about criteria for a good research topic, and of course, move on to talk about how to write a scholarly, let's say, paper. So as we know, the selection of the research topic is one of the most important, significant, let's say, considerations of any or every research. So actually, there are several, let's say, factors to consider while or when choosing and formulating, let's say, a manageable research topic. First, as you can see, one should select a topic that is okay, or he is passionate about. Okay, So it is actually important, let's say, that you enjoy as a researcher the topic you are researching and writing, the topic you are, let's say, never rush or never choose a topic that is out of your personal interest. Your, let's say, interest in the topic means that you will happily work and better end result. Yeah, you may ask yourself questions like, am I passionate about this research? Am I interested in this field? What do I know, for example, about this field of interest? Then if your answer is yes, of course, you can dive in this experience. Second is that the topic should be, let's say, objective, researchable, and new and novel. There should be enough resources available so that you can quote in your research paper. Otherwise, it can make your writing difficult. So that's why you should choose a topic that you can find references. So ample reference material is necessary to finish your research actually on time. Also, it is essential for a researcher or the investigator to be familiar with the up-to-date literatures, references on the topic, of course, of research. Third, narrow down your research topic. Now you have defined the broad topic of your interest, so you can start researching it. For example, let's take this example, talking about, for example, technology. This means you should research the field to select an issue that is narrower. For instance, you can focus on the positive effect of technology on education. This is just an example, but actually how you are going to do that, this needs a lot of brainstorming and looking at the research topic from all prospects. No need to rush. Take your time, because the more you read, it will be easier for you to narrow your research topic. So then, as soon as you, let's say, narrow your topic, it's time to write or formulate or to make or to work on research question or research questions. The question should be interesting, compelling, to get people interested in, attracted, because they have to enjoy your paper. So you can ask them, you can ask questions that you want to answer, of course, by investigating this paper. For example, talking about technology, you can formulate a question as, how does technology or how does computer-assisted language learning, facilitate the learning process for maybe university students? Maybe you can narrow down the focus and talk about maybe, let's say, students belonging to the higher school of technology. Then you can choose which department, maybe TM, maybe CC, as we have different fields and majors. So then it will be easier for you to complete and finish your paper. Finally, maybe the last important criterion for me that the paper should contain is significance. So when we say significance here, you may ask yourself, what change or value, your topic can bring to community, and why not to the world? So briefly, I'm going to again talk about the second important topic, how to write a scholarly paper. Of course, now that you have successfully, let's say, formulated your research topic, you can now move on and start writing it. And of course, there are some guidelines, some interesting steps that one should take into account before writing a scientific paper. And I think my colleague, Dr. Isha, already mentioned some of them. And thank you very much for that. So briefly, I'm going to mention most important steps for writing a scientific paper. Of course, your paper should include a title. The title should accurately reflect the purpose of the experiment of the study and should be as specific as possible without being too long. The next one is the abstracts, and the abstracts is very important for any research because it is like a short summary of the entire paper that can stand alone, which means that the reader should be able to get a complete idea of what was done and what was concluded from reading just, let's say, an abstract or your abstract. Then the introduction of your paper, of course, should maybe this actually section describes your to your reader exactly what you did, and of course what how you did it, because in the introduction you can even mention you can introduce background on the general question, problems at hand, and let's say end narrow with objectives or purpose, and also hypotheses of your particular study. Then, of course, review.
Professor Ben-Maki, you have 1 more minute left. 1 more minute left, and then
yeah, thank you very much. So quickly, yes. Of course, also should include review of literature. Review of literature is, of course, comprehensive, let's say, summary of your previous research on a topic. Then methodology, or what we call materials and methods. And then you will introduce the results of your research. You have also to mention tables and figures when it's possible. That depends, of course, on your topic and whether it's qualitative or maybe quantitative method approach, if you use that. Then the discussion, of course, in this section, it's like you pull everything in the paper together and explain what your results mean and why they matter. Of course, you can interpret your results within the context of background information that you provided, let's say, in the introduction. And of course, the last one, which is very important, you have to mention different references that you use for investigating or examining this paper. And thank you very much, Dr. Jihan. I hope I respected the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nabil. So we move, after finishing writing your paper, we think straightforward of publication. And Professor Budianto Hamoudin, who is a lecturer and a researcher at the University of Lucan, Kunin, that has a strong interest to conduct a study in the area of applied linguistics, publishing more than 50 academic articles in national and international academic journals, editor-in-chief in 3 different journals, and editors and reviewers in 5 different journals around the globe, a scholarship holder and a former deputy director of LPPM UNLIC, will talk to us mainly about the do and the don'ts while publishing your scientific research paper. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Jihane. I would like also to send my Greetings to all the committee that conducting these lovely events. Also, I would like to say thank you to the other colleagues in this panel, Dr. Aucha Kara and Dr. Nabil Belmeki. Honestly, I'm so enjoy the session, Mr. Nabil Belmeki with Noam Chomsky. I'm one of your subscribers on your YouTube. Okay, today I'm going to talk about
Thank you very much.
yes, topic about do and don'ts from the perspective of researchers. Editors. Okay, I have preparing 6 slides because I only have 6 minutes. Jihan told me that I have only 6 minutes, so I think you don't need to worry about the time. Okay, I'm Budianto Hamudin, and good day from Indonesia. Now I'm working for these journals as an editor and managing editors. You can see all these journals provide me the explanation about myself as the editor-in-chief. You can see all from the link here, and here. So you can see the track record of Indonesian's editor-in-chief is quite clear when they conducting or running a journals. So you may see my track record for knowing me better. This is my track record so far. This is also, and today I'm going to share the perspective from editors. Okay, let's start the slide. This is the questions to answer before you write your manuscript or before starting your research. Think about why you want to publish your work. Is it new and interesting? Is it current hot topic? Have you provided solutions to some difficult problems? Are you ready to publish at this point? If all the answer is yes, then start preparing your manuscript. So if yes, it's a green light. You can go on. As an editor, we have 6 top tips for those for the newly author who want to submit their papers in our journal. So this is the perspective from the editor-in-chief or managing editor who running several journals and managing some other journals. Okay, first, read carefully the author guideline. Okay, the tips here is when you want to submit your article, find the author guideline. Don't forget to download 3 or 4 latest publications article in the journals. My tips, that's exactly what the editors wants from your article. So do not forget to download 3 or 4 articles from the latest issues in the target journal. Second, follow the journal template and style. Editor will love the manuscript if you already in their style or you follow their template. So when you submitting your article, make sure to follow the journal template. Then number 3, check the essential element of good section. When you write, like what Dr. Nabil Belmeki, I do hope I'm not pronouncing wrong. When you write your abstract or when you write your title or when you write other sections in the article, make sure the essential elements of good sections is there. Okay, for example, title, it should be eye-catching. It should be attracting readers' mind. Do not make a title too flat. Editors don't like. When you write your abstract, like Dr. Osa said, follow the IMRAT. Okay, it's all IMRAT components in your abstracts already there, and see all the sections. If all the essential elements is already in that sections. While you are writing, tips number 4, let the ideas flowing logically. The keywords is logical. So when you write your article, put in your mind to write a logical academic text. Number 5, this is the most important. When you write your article, you using your reference manager, make sure to complete it, to complete the metadata, because sometimes editor was so confusing when the authors using reference manager, but they don't have a complete metadata. They don't have they don't include the page number, volume, issues, or DOI active links. This is sometimes make upset the copy editor. And then tips number 6 is proofread before you submit. Because when you submit a low quality language to the journals, it might be this is the first reasons for the editor to decline your paper. Okay, this is 6 do that you need to highlight when you want to submit your article in your target language. Okay, this is what we are using or we are expecting from paper that submitting to our journal. So when you submitting, make sure you do all these 6 things before submitting to the journals or other journals. Then this is 6 topics about don't. First, number one is do not plagiarize. Every editor, first thing they check when article submitting to our journal is your similarities, your plagiarism level. Some of journal set 5% above, 5% below. They expect in our journal we are expecting not more than 15%. So we receive article more than 15%. We just push the decline button. Number 2, do not use fake data or cheat. Editor will know this is a fake data or cheat. Believe me, we know it. So when you submitting your article, make sure the reliability, the validity of your data or your analysis. Make sure you send an objective and natural data. That's what editors expecting from the author. Okay. Number 3, do not send incomplete manuscript. Few papers submitting to our journals, sometimes they do not have a reference, or I don't know, might be because they forgot to put the reference or forget to use the citation style that we are expecting, or sometimes when they translate from other language, they forgot to use English. So sometimes we receive incomplete manuscript, and this is also the reasons the editors will instantly rejected your paper. Come on, number 4, when you submitting manuscript to the journals, make sure all your graphics or your illustration or media files is in their custom or their styles. Some journals expecting that you are use a PNG files version, or you should put your database on cloud, or some journals expecting that the pictures should use in this kind of version. And this is the things that you need to aware when you're submitting article with larger graphics or media files. And then number 5, don't hit and run or doing a multiple submissions. Some of authors sometimes they just send an article and expecting it will be instantly published by the editor. No, you need to follow the process. When you submitting, wait for the process of review until the paper is being accepted to be published in the journal. And then tips number 6 is do not give up. The process of reviewing or process of submitting your paper until published, it might be time consuming. It might be need months. Do not give up. You might be gain lessons from this long period of process of reviewing. And that what makes you a good academia. I think this is the do and don'ts that I can share from the perspective of editors. Hopefully this is quite give some new information for all of us, including me. Thank you so much, Jihan.
Thank you very much, Professor Hamuddin. It was very extensive to the points. Thank you to all speakers for sharing your views and opinions on the issue. I will open the floor for question answer session, which is gonna last for about 2 to 3 minutes. So if you have any questions to our speakers, please go ahead. For the online attendees, you can use the chat box. For the in-person attendees, you can take the floor. If there are no questions, okay.
Are there any questions from the floor? Not from our side.
Okay, perfect. Which means everything is clear. Thank you very much. I guess it's the end of our panel discussion. Thank you very much to all speakers. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, your support and consideration. Thank you to all the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists for the wonderful and insightful sharing session. So now we shall proceed with the technical session. I would like to invite Dr. Chung Wong Kim to chair the session.
So I'm Dr. Chung from MMU. So I'll be the section chair for this technical section. It's the same technical section. We just continue back. So without wasting any time, we will continue back with Dr. Yasin. Yeah, to present his paper with the title of Virtual Reality System for Exposure Therapy. So just to remember that you have 10 minutes for the presentations. Okay, your stage is yours.
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present my paper. My name is Dr. Yasin. I'm from Ahmed bin Mohammed Military College from Qatar. My paper title is Virtual Reality for Exposure Therapy with the co-supervisor, Dr. Ma'an from Jordan. A brief introduction about the paper. No need to go for introduction about machine learning because it's a lot of paper has been presented before me about what we call machine learning. It is a part of the big umbrella that can be categorized. What we call virtual reality can be under machine learning as well. So actually using what we call virtual reality to getting for, it's a part, can be also categorized under e-health or telemedicine as well, because we need to treat some patients that got different type of fear, panic, and based on those factors, we can analyze and control the environment. So VR is a good technology that can be used instead of medication to reduce the fear or panic for those patients. So we can control the environment, and based on the feedback, we can change what we call the difficulty of the environment and reduce that panic. VR meet the demand, and this study will, the paper will discuss the important factors that we need to control during the virtual reality to be displayed. I mean, we are talking about what we call the imaginary environment that we can provide to the patient. Of course, with the head-mounted display, and many companies nowadays, they are cooperate with the health sector to provide such devices. The problem background, I mean, what is the reason why we go for such problem? Because there is a high demand for such technology. We can see there is a more stress with the lifestyle changes, and those stress need to be released. That's why there is a report in Mental Health Foundation in 2020. It says there is 1 out of 13 people got very high stress, and this stress will be getting worse if not taking an action. So one of the fear that we mostly focusing on, we call post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and generally it's type of anxiety disorder, and that's why we need to go for avoiding, because there is some what we call side effect from the medication as we consult the doctor or what we call therapist in this field, and not all people are able to take such pills or tablets. So that's why this VR technology can very helpful in this field. Okay, there is a statistical provided by what we call WHO up to 2025. They say there is a very high demand to using virtual reality to exposure therapy, and the therapist will be the most people that get advantages from this technology. And you can see from it's time 5 from 2014 up to 2025. It means there is much demand, and all the hospitals and therapists should learn about this technology, and hospitals as well should be equipped with these technologies. The main contribution of this paper is to highlight the factors that we supposed to be considered by the therapist to diagnose the problem with the patient, and based on that factors, they supposed to choose the environment, because as we know, different panic, different people got different reason to get fear. Some of them speaking, for example, especially for undergraduate students, when they are presented their paper, they got panic during their presentation, especially first time. And this can be trained to avoid such fear before they started, and then it's like a practice. So another type of people, they got, for example, fear from heights building, flights, so on, so forth. Even a white coat, when they go to the hospital, there is no reason. He's not a patient, but once he go inside the hospital, he feel high pressure, high stress, and then such what we call temporary is not a physical illness. It's type of what we call something that we need to use medication. No, it's not. So that's why virtual reality is one of the very good techniques that can be used to get such a treatment. Hospital also there, we expected to be, very high demanded to be equipped with such technology in the near future. Actually, now it's applied already, it exists already, because this technology is not new. And if we remember that once the VR started, it was just for entertainment in the booth. Once you go certain areas, IT fairs or whatever. But now it has been changed. It can be used for more benefits, features. Most efficient treatment strategy based on what we call the factors that we need to decide with the, of course, once you collect accurate data from the patient, accurate analysis, then you will get what we call control the environment, the imaginary of environment that we supposed to provide it to the patient to get less stress and less fear from what we call the case, specified case. So at the end, what we call the conclusion. The conclusion is finally we can what we call specified that virtual reality can be used for exposure therapy, and it is useful once we did very well analysis in terms of factors. And if those data, of course, there are different approaches we can consider, like the previous speakers talk about the supervised and unsupervised enforcement method. On those method can be changed based on the case. I mean, we cannot specify all the cases, all the same algorithm to be used for all patients. So based on this analysis, if we did very well analysis for the cases, then we can move and select the approaches accordingly. So this is what we have found in this paper, and this is the end of my conclusion. I guess I have finished within the time. If there is any question, thank you so much. Yeah, please. I guess this.
The question is how frequent the update on the VR displays needs to be done for the patient, because the medical history keeps on updating.
Yes,
so
correct.
how frequent that the dynamic update, or how frequent that the VR displays to be updated with the updated information of data to the patients?
Okay, this one based on the case. If the case is still maintain very high stress,
okay,
it means this patient need to more frequent evaluation. If not, then the gap between what we call the iteration will be farther than the cases that reduce already. So it depends. I mean, if the patient got less stress, it means we are progressed.
Okay.
No need to go more frequent evaluation.
Okay.
So it depends on the case itself.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Any more question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Song. Actually, I'm not from the medical field or from a doctor, but as I know, for the VR, for nowadays, we have the limitations, the perceive of the realness is not enough. When we involve with PTSD or bipolar, it also involve with the brain wave and also secretions of the hormones. Do you wish to work with the doctor to adding some substance, okay, and also VR to enhance the output of your research?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Thank you for the question. Very important, because we can do from the engineering or computer science, we can do this research alone. It's a part actually of what we call triage algorithm. That one belong to telemedicine. When the patient come to the hospital, we need to sort them. So based on the case, which one is worse, we need to serve them early. So this one, of course, need to what we call consult a doctor. So this is what happened with we consult a therapist in this case. And by the way, if you there is no time to what we call present the literature. The literature is quite good in this. I mean, not because it's my paper, but it has been revised, and then the gap is still there. As you mentioned now, the challenge is we can't consider all the cases, because different patients got different factors that we need to manipulate to get the right what we call treatment or corrected treatments. It's not easy. Yeah, this is the.
Thank you for your
Thanks so much.
presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So next, we will welcome our famous MC, Dr. Li Yi, to present her paper on this development of an IoT-enabled photovoltaic battery renewable energy system.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Chung. Okay, let me just try to move my slides. Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone. Today I will be presenting my work on the development of an IoT-enabled photovoltaic battery renewable energy system. So this is basically a prototype development, okay, that was implemented by my student. First of all, let me just present the outline of my presentation. Okay, so I will give a little bit on the background of this project, why it actually motivates us to come up with this working prototype. And next, I will move on to list out the key aim and objectives of this work. And thirdly, I will present our proposed methodology, and I will share some results and findings from this work. Okay, finally, I will give my concluding remarks to end my presentation. Solar energy is considered as a prominent source of renewable energy, mainly due to the vast abundance of sunlight and rapid advancements of the photovoltaic technology. The performance, reliability, and lifespan of PV systems, they are severely affected by numerous environmental factors and fault occurrences. These include extreme swing in the operating temperature, low solar irradiation levels, which appear undetected in PV systems. As a result, this will cause energy losses and degradation of PV panels. In addition, the non-homogeneous shading and accumulation of dirt on the PV panels may cause thermal imbalance and hotspots on the PV panels itself. Due to all these inevitable factors, it is important to monitor the operating temperature and the homogeneous detection of sunlight of the PV modules in order to guarantee efficient energy production. So The Internet of Things, or in short, IoT, has been identified as a feasible solution in order to enable remote monitoring of the PV systems. So in the IoT system, sensors and devices are interconnected, utilizing a common network. Here, the key aim of this project is to develop and demonstrate a working prototype where we are actually using sensor-assisted IoT-based PV battery renewable energy system. So the specific objective of this project is to develop a sensor-assisted IoT-based solar power monitoring system for observing the changes in the environmental factors and performance of the system. In this project, we also construct a working PV battery renewable energy system with a working battery charging module. And lastly, we develop an alert system that notifies the solar panels users based on the changing environmental factors. So next, I will share some of our proposed methodology. So first of all, let me share with you the 3 key enabling technologies in our project. First of all, we have the sensor-assisted monitoring system using the IoT technology. Sensor devices are used to obtain crucial data in automation of the solar panel system, such as heat, voltage, current, dust detection, changes in the temperature, as well as the luminous intensity. The second enabling technology is that we come up with the solar-enabled power supply with a battery charging module. So the main purpose of having this battery charging module is that we intend to power up all the hardware and electronic components of the sensor for the solar panel system to enable efficient solar cells and batteries, okay, to ensure that they are incorporated. So this approach makes the system much more self-sustainable so that we do not rely on any external power supply. This power system, since we are utilizing the reusable energy, so it can harvest the required power through the solar panels. And the third technology is that there is a systematic approach for notifying the end users whenever a dust detection has been confirmed. So the system will notify the operator or the end user that the solar panel need to be serviced or cleaned. So usually solar panels, when dust is actually accumulating on the solar panel itself, they must be cleaned either manually, and if there is an automated approach, robotics will be introduced in the system. So here shows the design architecture. So over here on the left-hand side, there's a microcontroller. Basically, the microcontroller is the heart of the IoT, where it's actually collecting data from the sensors. So these sensors will monitor, check for the measurements, and they will be sent to the microcontroller. So then the microcontroller will actually perform a conversion, and data will then be pushed to the cloud. So in terms of the software application, we are using the Adafruit and the MQTT dashboard to build the software implementation. So the notification will be sent through the mobile app. In terms of the sensor, so we use the voltage sensor, we have the light intensity sensor, temperature sensor, and the dust sensor. And over here, this is the PV system with the battery charging module right at the bottom. And there is an LED alarm light, okay, to notify the user visually whenever there is any problems that is detected in the system itself. So this is the structure of the PV battery charging module system. So on the left over here, we have the inverter. And the inverter is connected to the batteries. In our prototype development, we actually introduced 4 batteries and we monitor the performance. We observe the performance of the charging and discharging of the batteries through these 4 separate battery modules. And then the charging is made possible using the PV panels. So let me share some of the results and findings. In this prototype development, we have the hardware and the software implementation. Over here, I'll be showing the hardware setup. Okay, so this is the PV panel, and we have the sensors being introduced. So the bulky one over here is actually detecting for dust. And then we have the light sensors. Okay, and on the other side, we have the temperature sensors. Okay, and at the bottom, we have the voltage sensor. So on the right-hand side, this diagram shows a better view of how the sensors are being positioned on the PV panels. And using the IoT system, real-time data is actually being collected from the sensors itself. So we then do comparison of the data. Okay, the blue line is indicating that the solar panel has been covered with dust or dirt. And the orange graphs over here is showing the panel when they are actually clean. Okay, meaning that they are dust-free or dirt-free. So over here, this results is actually showing that the sensors are working and they actually show a distinct differences in terms of the voltage, temperature, and light intensity characteristics when there's actually dust being collected at the solar panel. And in terms of the dust detection, using our software implementation, we capture the differences in the measurements. So the 4 key measurements that we have is that we take the voltage measurements. Then we have the light intensity measurements. This is the dust sensor that actually detects for the accumulation of dust on the PV panels. And lastly, this is the temperature sensor. So whenever there is dust or dirt accumulated on the PV panels, so one thing is that the dust sensor will show an increase in the measurements. So we selected a threshold of 0.1 in case that the accumulation of the dust or dirt is actually very severe and goes above 0.1, then a notification will be sent to the user and it will be sent through to their mobile application. And the second observation is that when there is dirt being accumulated on the PV panels, the temperature on the PV panels will increase. So this is very important because when the temperature on the PV panels actually increases, it actually reduces the lifespan of the PV panels. Typically, PV panels, their lifespan is between 25 to 30 years. So one way to actually extend the lifespan of the PV panels is that we try to maintain the overall operation within their typical operating range. Okay, and this is the demonstration of the battery charging module. So over here, we show that the 4 batteries, okay, when it's connected to the IoT system, the discharging of the batteries, because it's being supplying to the system itself, okay, and this is for the charging. So in conclusion, we have presented the development and demonstration of a sensor-assisted IoT-based PV battery renewable energy system. So in this approach, we adopted the IoT solution for monitoring the real-time variations in environmental factors and system performance. Okay, and we have shown and discussed the effects of these factors. So in terms of the PV battery hardware module, solar panels along with rechargeable batteries were constructed to supply the system, and inverters and controllers were being utilized in order to synchronize the voltage level and transformation of AC power from DC power. And in terms of the IoT system, we utilize the microcontroller and the ESP32TTGO board in order to record the temperature, the presence of dust or dirt, the changes in the voltage and current levels. So we strongly believe that the working prototype, okay, will enable real-time data to be captured and sent to the cloud database for further data collection, performance analysis, and diagnosis and detection of faults in the proposed system. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. Any questions from the participants? No, it's a very good presentation. Maybe I can ask a question. Do you test your prototype under the real environment? I mean, without purposely introduce the dust on the prototype?
Because the accumulation of dust and dirt, it has to be done like over a certain period of time. So that is why when we monitor the presence of dust or dirt, it's actually done intentionally. Yeah, so the accumulation of dirt, we have to wait probably for 1 to 2 weeks for the dust to accumulate. So we did not do that.
Any more questions? Yeah. Wait.
Can we embed the sensors in the solar panel itself?
Embed itself, because the thing is that solar panels, they are being commercialized. So if it must be embedded, then the manufacturers, they have to customize it. So the customization, you know, when we are developing this prototype will be difficult. Yeah. But whether it's possible to embed it, yes, I think it's possible, but this will require manufacturers of the PV panels to customize it. Yeah.
How much power does the whole system use? How much electricity? How much power?
How much power?
Yeah.
You mean how much it's able to charge?
No, like the sensors and Arduino Mega and so on, they use some power. How much is that?
Oh, the sensors. Actually, the draining of, I mean, the consumption of the power of these sensors are actually very minimal. I would say 10 to 20%. So they actually, because they must be very sustainable, so they wouldn't be consuming a lot. Yeah.
Okay. We'll just proceed to the next
Thank
presenter. Okay. Is Dr. Myo Tirin here? Oh, you're here. Okay. All right. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Myo Tirin to present his paper on this prediction maintenance model for marine vessels using machine learning. Please proceed. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for attending the presentation, and thank you for the MC. Today, I like to present slides. Yeah. They have, I think they have technical problem. Yeah. Even they send me the copy. Yes, that's the one. Yes, today I like to present the predictive maintenance by using machine learning. We have the 4 members, and my name is Tiremio. We are from Military Technological College, Oman. Next slide, please. So these are the outlines of my presentation. We'll start with the introduction, machine learning, and selected how many methods I selected for this, and relative work, and what the system I'm going to apply machine learning into, and EPA, and model results and conclusion. So start with what is a technical maintenance. It is a group of operations and practice to conserve their performance as long as possible. It means we want to maintain the machine as long as possible, so that we don't need to replace with another one. Okay, and it will be more difficult because the ship is sailing. So when they are on the sea on board, it will be difficult to do that if they have broke down. Maybe they will have not have enough manpower or enough spare parts to replace. So it is very essential to do the maintenance effectively and efficiently, so that they will not have any problem in the sea. So there are different types of the maintenance system. The first one is called planned maintenance, and condition-based, predictive, and corrective maintenance. So planned maintenance is carried out on a particular schedule, like it's a timed. Maybe it is maintained every month or every week or every year. This is called planned. The problem is sometimes they change the machines, even though this is not required, because they are following the plan. Maybe sometimes the machine will break before the maintenance happen. And one type is called condition-based maintenance. This is like a real-time system. So they just monitoring the condition of the machine. And once the data is something abnormal, they will change their maintenance. Another one is called corrective maintenance. This is they only fix when the machine is breakdown. So the problem is, you can see in this graph. Next, yeah, you can see the timeline here. The problem is, you see the planned maintenance, maybe they are doing very early, and condition-based, and you will see the corrective maintenance, it happened only after the fault. So the time frame is not proper, but you can see the predictive maintenance is the time it is the optimum state or the perfect state to do if there is anything breakdown. So what is a predictive maintenance? So it is using a condition-based monitoring, means it is measuring the sensors data, and then it is analyze it, and if there is something happened, and it will show you saying that this machine will break down very soon. So you have to replace, or you have to do the maintenance. So predictive maintenance is used to continuously monitor. It will monitor the condition of the machine. Okay. It will be predictive maintenance will help you in the early detection of the machine. Okay. The main goal of what is the objective of the maintenance is to prevent sudden failure of the machine before the vessel go to the sea, so that you will not have any breakdown in the sea when the machine is breakdown. So The process is it has to use many what is the flow of the predictive maintenance? It is used many sensors to measure the monitor different parameters inside the system or machine. It is highly focused on the having minimum malfunction. Collecting, the process start from the collecting of the data. It will start collecting of the data from the machine, and it will clean and analyze the data. And then we apply the artificial intelligence machine learning model to develop the model. And we are going to use the model for the new type of the data coming. So this is just to mention what is a machine learning. Okay. For the human being, we learn from the experience. Okay. We learn from the experience. We got the experience and we know this is right or wrong. But how the machine learn? Also machine learn from the data. So if we have a lot of data, historical data, the machine can learn from the data. That's why we call machine learning. And we have the process of the machine learning. First, you have to collect the data, and you have to clean the data. You have to apply the model in the data for the training data, and then you can also apply the test data to evaluate the model. And then finally will be the employment or application. So there are three types of machine learning. One is called supervised. Another one is called unsupervised. Another one, the last one is called reinforcement learning. So what I'm going to use is called supervised learning. So this is a supervised learning. We have a label data. We know the label, whether it is failure or not failure. And then we will develop the ML model. And then we are going to feed the test data to see whether prediction is the failure or not failure. This is just example of the label data of the different shapes, and then finally it will predict this is a triangle or this is a circle. The same thing we use for the failure and not failure. So we have a lot of ML algorithm. I chose logistic regression and random forest because they are popular and they give the good result. Okay, so logistic regression is a supervised learning technique. It can be used for binary or multi-class classification. Like the binary means you choose either 0 or 1. Multi-class means you have many type of a class, other than more than 1, more than 2 actually. Okay. So measure the relationship between the categorical dependent variable, and then we have the input by using the softmax function. Okay, so this is a flow of the multinomial logistic classifier. It is start from the input. It will be the changing to the logits, and then it will be changing to using the softmax the equation. It will change to the probability of the input, and then it will be classified as either 0 or 1 or 2, 3, 4 if it is for the multi-class. This is the equation for the softmax function. What the softmax function will do, it will produce a probability from 0 to 1. Okay. So each class will produce a different probability. Let's say if the probability is close to 1, it will belongs to that class. Okay. This is a random forest algorithm. This is also similar. It's a supervised learning algorithm. Also the same procedure, but this is like a decision tree. But the decision tree has only one type of the tree. But random forest means it will produce a lot of trees, and it will choose the best the trees to classify. So there are a lot of researchers working on this area for the predictive maintenance, like Jimenez also work in this field. There is also another paper for Lazakis and Banghart. They are using also different algorithm for this field. Okay, there are so many studies carried out in the literature. Okay, and they use a different algorithm. There is some limitations. Okay, so we are using also the algorithm to improve the accuracy of the model. Okay, so we have a lot of machines in the ships, but we choose a propulsion system because this is the main system which drive the ship, and it's also the operate the direction of the ship. Okay. So this is a picture of the marine propulsion system. So you can see here, we have a lot of machines there. We can collect a lot of parameters. Okay. So ideally, this model will work. First, you have to collect the data from the sensors, from the machine, and then it will have to clean and it has to be processed, the data. Sometimes you will have a lot of features. So sometimes you need to minimize the features. Maybe you have a lot of features, but you need only some features. Okay. But here the collection of the data will be taking very long time. You should have a lot of time to collect the sensors, the data. So it is not possible. So I use the available data from the Kaggle. Okay. This is the open source data. Okay. So this is the sample of the data set. Okay. It will has a 5 class, which is a no failure, and there's a power failure, overstrain failure, tool well failure, and then heat dissipation failure. Okay, you can see here there's a different. The main is one is a no failure, another one is a failure, and even the failure you have a 4 types of the failure. Okay, you can see in these 2 graphs. So this another graph is showing the data analysis of how the features of the tool wear for the temperature, for the stress is affecting the failure of the machine. So what I do first one, I use the logistic regression method. Okay. Out of all the data, we take out 25% for the text data. Okay. 75% is used for the train data. And then we construct the confusion matrix, see what is the performance of the model. Okay, you can see here in the next graph, which is showing the confusion matrix. Yes, it is a 99.84% we got for the logistic regression. And another one is using the random forest algorithm. It is a little bit better than the logistic regression. You will see the x-axis is for the predicted, and then the y-axis is for the actual. Okay, so all the data, the number should be on the main diagonal actually to be 100%, but you will see here 3 and 1, those are some errors. Okay. Also, I use some of the performance indicator of the algorithm model for the 2 algorithm model. One is a coherence method, Matthews correlation, and Hamming loss. Okay. So the next graph, you will see how the coherence kappa error score is calculated and how Matthews calculated, and for the coherence kappa score, how is calculated. I mean, it is showing what is the main theory behind the 3 indicators. So finally, if I have to conclude, I use a 2ML algorithm and compare which method is better. And we can see that the random forest algorithm do a little bit better than the logistic regression. Okay, so why we need to apply the machine learning? Because we don't want to have a sudden breakdown, or we don't have to have the high maintenance to do the maintenance without requiring, or not to do the maintenance with required. Okay, so the predictive maintenance will overcome this type of problem. Okay, by using the historical data, and then we can predict when the machine will be breakdown. Okay, but predictive maintenance is still in the infancy state. Okay, it is in early state, and a lot of work needs to be done to improve to apply the predictive maintenance in the field. Okay, these are some of my references, and I like to ask if you have any question, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. One question from my side. If there is the vessel maintenance, the predictiveness, if something is going wrong, then the scenario has to be relabeled, because you are using supervised algorithm, right? So basically the labeling conditions, which condition where we fail. But let's say the predictiveness is going wrong on for a particular scenario,
Yeah.
and how the relabeling will be done, or how it will be taken care.
You can also use the unsupervised learning first to categorize whether it is a failure or non-failure. So by data, not manually, you can also apply the unsupervised learning ML algorithm to cluster the label, and then from there you can, so it will be better, it will be improved. Yeah.
And what maybe one subcategory under that, if there is a new scenario for the vessel maintenance is upcoming, let's say there is a change in the climatic conditions, the sea level, then how it will be the new climatic conditions, how it will be taken care, how those informations will be added to the model.
It means you have to add more sensors.
Okay, so IoT is also involved.
Yes. But nowadays, in modern technology, all the machines, mostly the sensors are already embedded inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you can get more data, and then you can clean it or analyze which parameter you need and which parameters is not required. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think thanks for your presentation. Okay, so without wasting any time, let us welcome Dr. Sung Hong Ching to present his paper on a proposal of framework to improve sentiment classifier using TF-IDF for the Twitter dataset and the tweet length. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for the chair session inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to present my idea for the proposal of framework to improve sentiment classifier using TF-IDF for the Twitter dataset and tweet length. So without further ado, let's see for the next slide. I'm actually Mr. Song. I'm actually a lecturer and also a student teaching and also pursuing my PhD in University Tunku Abdul Rahman in Perak campus, and under tutelage Dr. Ramesh Kumar Ayasami and also Dr. Nur Shadila Chela in the sentiment analysis field. And then for the table of content, I will introduce the abstract, introduction, related work, proposed generic work, proposed feature extraction method, and conclusion. Actually, I'm not talking about more to the data, machine learning and the deep learning, but just only one part of the process of the sentiment analysis, that is the pre-processing. Okay, without further ado, I would like to deliver my objective first without having a lost focus what I'm going to present. My focus today is I want to do the sentiment analysis and opinion mining to get the people's opinion. And at the pre-processing stage, I would like to introduce a method that is the called term frequency inverse document frequency to find some that I might miss, some important noun that is very important for me to find a sentiment on it. So, and we discussed the tweet length, and also I will introduce a generic framework for the pre-processing. So let's go for the understanding sentiment analysis. So as you all know, sentiment is about the human's emotion about something. It can be a product, it can be a service, it can be a people, organization. It is very useful for the business nowadays to get people whether they like or dislike even before the launch of a product. For example, the room was great, but the staff was unfriendly. So we can do and find the people's opinion, whether the noun, okay, the topic about the room, the hotel, and this one, people like it or dislike it using the opinion mining, subjectivity analysis to find the opinion, then classify the emotions, for example, like, love, hate, and then this one awful. This one we can know whether they the outcome they do love it is popular or not popular with the person giving the opinion. So there's a level of the sentiment analysis, but my research, I focus more into fine grain. I'm not going to do the whole document, part of the sentence, but into a very detailed. For example, what is a fine grain? That is the aspect features. We have the topic about iPhone. And then we have a lot of aspect, isn't it? The iPhone, we have the screen, we have the sound, and then we have the casing, all those aspects. So not just only the iPhone, but as the characteristic of the, the topic is for the example iPhone I've given just now. So let's go for the taxonomy of the sentiment analysis. As you all know, we can have the automated method, or we can use the manual method. For the manual method, without using the IT application, you can use the statistical model, such as the dictionary-based approach, or you can use something like that is corpus-based. But if you want to automate it, okay, without having the laborious task, you can use the machine learning and the deep learning, whether it is supervised, unsupervised, or semi-supervised. Even now better, you can use the deep learning method. Okay, there's a lot of deep learning method, and also combination machine learning, deep learning, also possible nowadays. Now, for the related work, during COVID-19, there's a lot of sentiment analysis done on the COVID-19. But in the sentiment analysis, what we can do on the COVID, we can find whether the preference of the vaccine people like the Moderna, whether they like the Pfizer, or whether they like the Sinovac. Okay, this can be do. Also, they can use the machine learning, okay, to, as I said, the method like the Abradani, Shi, and Dong, and also the method for the deep learning, example for the Sing, for the COVID-19 review. And next one, we have the combination of deep learning, okay, the newer method of the machine learning that you can no need to do the feature extraction by the Zhang and Wu. Okay, in my future research, like the Chini et al., I will try, okay, to combine whether it is possible machine learning and also deep learning. But based on my literature review, the deep learning method is getting popular. Even we have a combination RNN, CNN, LTSM, everything combined together, giving a very good accuracy of it. So I propose a general word framework, but actually when you're doing the sentiment analysis and the natural processing, there are mainly 5 steps on it. Okay, we have the data collection, that is a data set corpus. Before you feed it, you need to, clean the data first. We have the, using the NLP method, we have the standardizations, normalizations, stemming, and the stop work. And then if you use the machine learning method, you need to have the feature extraction. But if you don't want to machine extraction, you can directly use the deep layer network to automate the feature extraction. What do you want? Okay, the important things that you want to analyze in the dense layer of the work. So if you use the machine learning, you have to adopt one model, such as the random forest, we have the linear regression, and all of this. And then for the output sentiment analysis, it's not just solely to get the analysis of the emotion. You can get the entity, the aspect, you can have the topic, and then you have the emotions, and then there's a lot of it, not just only sentiment, okay, for the output from it. So I propose the generic framework for it. When you go through this one, okay, for the machine learning, okay, you need to have the, feature extraction. So I'm talking more about here, about the feature extraction, about back of words, engrams, and then the word embedding and TF-IDF will be the main topic. So if you do not want to machine learning, the generic framework, you can use a lot of dense embedding to automate all the feature extraction using the word to wag, bird, keras, anything, using the deep learning algorithms such as ANN, CNN, LTSM, or hybrid. So my focus for today will be the much more to the feature extraction for the machine learning. So let's take for the next slide. So for the understanding why I need to adopt TF-IDF, I know it is already exists very long time, but it is very essential. I might miss out some very important aspect that is rarely appear in the word. So not just only I focus on the frequency, the occurrence of word, but I will want to find the rare word inside the document. The less, the more interesting we can look into. For example, let's take a look for before the calculation first, the pre-processing. Okay, it is recommended to have the stemming, lemmatization, the stop word, like the changings, you change to the, to the liking to the base word first, because it's the same. And secondly, machine and also human, the words, they are not compatible. The machine do not know what you're talking about and they do not understand. So you have to do the text vectorization to translate the word and into the vector first, and you use the number to represent the word, and then you feed it into the computer using the machine learning and deep learning. And then the next one, after you have done that, the pre-processing, why I want to have the TF-IDF. So let's take a look. We have a two sentence here. The Samsung Galaxy has the best camera for the document 1. And for the document 2, the iPhone 14 Pro has the best display. Okay, when I find the aspect, the occurrence are using the Boolean method. Okay, the occurrence. So the next one, when I do the calculation, okay, I found out those, the common word, okay, the, and then has, and then, those are the common words that it is not important, that give you the higher the score. Okay, the lower the score. Okay, the much more, the higher the score, the rare word occur. It will be much more interesting, like aspect, like a Samsung Galaxy, iPhone Pro, camera display, all those nouns. Okay, sometimes I might miss out it. That's why TF-IDF, it is very good for me to find some interesting noun, okay, for me to do the analysis to classify the sentiment on the nouns, okay, the aspect or the entity that I have mentioned just now. Okay, let's take a look for this one. Okay, not just only TF-IDF, I also propose to have a what if, okay, if you have the large data set or this one, the longer word, but based on this one, okay, we have 4 methods actually you can approach. When we have the large data set, you can have the real-time sentiment analysis, part by part, real-time, you get the data, not everything at once. And also you don't process everything at once, so it will be very heavy for your computer. Part by part process, we call that batch processing. And also we have the split into a fragmented data sets and combine it later result. Or in the 4th one, you can use the big data application, especially for the unstructured data such as the video and also the sound. We call it multimodal sentiment analysis. So for the conclusion, as I tell you, when you use the TF-IDF, okay, so it's very important. Sometimes I do find the nouns, for example, like iPhone, the casing, the color, the aspect, sometimes of the nouns, special nouns that I miss out. Okay, so using a TF-IDF can catch that and then do the sentiment analysis on this one. And second, okay, I propose a very general framework. Okay, actually you can propose in-depth detail of your models and then how you want to go using your own solutions using the general framework. But if you want to use the deep learning method, okay, for example, okay, you don't need to have the feature extraction. The deep learning automatically help you to do that. Okay, so the output is very interesting for the sentiment analysis. You can do the entity detection, detect the entity just now, or you can have the polarity classification, whether it is positive, negative, or neutral word, or the topic itself. Okay, so it is recommend when you do the sentiment analysis, you can use the performance method using the accuracy, precision, recall F1 score for you to test your model system. So that's all for my presentation. I don't want to take much time, and this is the reference I have. And the author's profile, I'm Mr. Song, and this is my main supervisor, Dr. Ramesh, and my co-supervisor, Dr. Nur Shadila. Okay, that's all for my presentation.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any questions from the participants?
Sir, thank you for that. One question, is that because I could see bag of words has been involved in the pre-processing?
I missed out. Actually, bag of words is how what's the combination that. But when we say like iPhone 14 Pro, like when you break up into one by one, it doesn't carry any meaning, isn't it? So if you use bag of word 3, okay, iPhone or 14 Pro, it gives you much more meaning. Because if I give you one by one iPhone 14 Pro, it doesn't give any meaning. So if I use bag of word 3, combine these 3 as one bag of word 3, then it gives much more meaningful.
Okay, because sometimes when you are, because this is a sentimental analysis, because used everywhere in the marketing and everything.
Yeah, yes.
And when we are dealing with more data, right, the bag of words sometimes drag you into a much complex training of a model, because you know how much words you will divide, and you will have the more probability. Just wanted to know that whether the more focus, because I could also see that in the deep learning, of course, like you said, the convolutional neural network, CNN, and BERT model is there, which is T5 models are there. But bag of word model here in your proposal going to play a major role, or it's where it is handled? Just wanted to know that.
It is at the pre-processing side.
Okay.
But actually, it's better to have at least 2 to 3 bag of word. But if you use like single bag of word like iPhone, and then you do analysis, then Pro, and then Max, it doesn't give any meaningful. At least up to 2 n-gram or 3 n-gram.
Okay. So the n-grams is greater than 2 should be used. Okay.
Much
Thank
more
you.
better.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chung.
Okay, please move on to the next presenter, Mr. Chen Yun. Right? Okay, Mr. Chen Yun. So he will present the paper titled as Designing Malaysian-based dangerous traffic situation in driving education-based prototype simulator. Okay, thanks.
So, hello, very good afternoon to all the participants here. Thank you for coming to this conference to listen to our presentation. So, I am Cheng Yun Chuan. I am a student of Dr. Sarina and Dr. Chin. They are both my supervisors and co-supervisors on a master project, right? So, this is part of our master project. It is a branching of what we are trying to do. So, what I will be presenting here today will be designing Malaysian-based dangerous traffic situations in a driving education-based prototype simulator. So, background. I believe all of us here have a driving license, or most of us have a driving license, correct? So, what do we encounter every day in an urban area such as Klang Valley, or wherever we are right now, Bukit Bintang? We encounter a lot of cars, a lot of traffic. A lot of dangerous situations may happen, risk of these things may happen, right? So we decided to figure out how can we help the next generation of drivers to learn better, make our roads safer, and reduce the greenhouse emissions and increase the repeatability of our driving education. So back in 2020, my FIV project was to develop a prototype simulator for driving education. So it is a pilot case study that we did with a very small number of samples. But what we did was, if you look on your most left picture, that is a setup of the simulator. So you can see on the right side, the middle photo is a student holding a piece of paper. So that student is using a method which in our context, we call the conventional method, where they learn using paper, printed materials. And the one on the most right is using the driving simulator itself to learn how to drive, how to pass our Malaysian standardized exam test. So this is all based on our Malaysian driving exam test, right? So our Malaysian driving exam test has a few circuit tracks and some on the road theory. So you can see here on the left photo of an S track is the simulator design, and on the right is an actual design. So the right one is actually a real circuit that you can see in most driving institutes. So the theme here will be the same. So if you see the left is the design, the right is the actual one. So then we move on to 3-point turn. So I believe most Malaysian that has a driving license will know most of these photos. Right, so now you can see that what we call hill climb is on the left, and then the right one is the actual hill climb. So these are the theoretical tracks that we go through when we are going through the driving exam. And then these are on the road theory tests that usually is covered by a driving test in the actual exam. So why bother? Why do we bother to go through the effort to design, make, and go through all of this trouble to write papers and list out our stuff? Because there's one gap in Malaysian driving education study, which we found that no one has actually done such case studies. Because using such technologies that are readily available, it is basically a godsend for us to really exploit it and use it for the benefit of education and the benefit of our next generation. So one other part also is the results. So due to the pilot study that we did, the results on the left of your for you is the conventional group. The results on the right is the experimental group, which used the driving simulator to learn these driving tracks. So you can see from the average module, the delta is lower. So there is a lower time used in such modules that they go through, and means they were more assimilated, more familiar with driving with the actual steering and throttle pattern and brakes. So in the bottom, you can see how they fare. Did they fail or did not fail? So you can see conventional group, 3 of them failed. But in the experimental group, no one failed. So this is attributed to why we bother to go through all of this. So back to designing those during dangerous situations. So a brief search on the internet can get you a lot of dash cam videos on YouTube and a lot of dash cam videos on basically any platform. So on these few cases here, right, I believe all of you have been very assimilated to it. So someone cutting to your lane, some random car comes into your lane and comes out from nowhere that you can't see your blind spot. So all of these are actually the situation that we did not design previously in the previous study, because we only focus on the exam, but we never focus on how to prepare them for the real world. So what do? Is we go through all of this footage, and then we select a few that we think we can design currently and run it through our simulator. So I hope you can see the video. So I'll play the video for now. So in this video, you will see that we are on a green light. So we're supposed to go, but there's a coming from the opposite side. So this is an actual footage from the real-time game engine that we're running on. It is all in real time. So the next one will be a more interesting one. So as you can see now, we're coming to a stoplight. So we're coming to a stoplight, we're stopping, and the red light is on. Give it a minute, it needs to go through. So as you can see, there's no cars on in the opposite side, but this is the cars get in, they go through, and you wait for a while. The green turns green, and you're supposed to go, but there's a car that you can't see coming from the left. They cut the red light. So in actual situation like this, in real life, if you have driven your car inches forward, you'll get crashed into. So our driving education is not telling our students that, oh, this situation happened. Maybe you just go YouTube and watch it, and then you'll be like, oh, a lot of things happen like this, and personal experiences as well. I believe most of us driving the road have seen accidents, been in accidents, or watch avoidable accidents happen in front of us, right? So there's the next one. So this is on a highway, right? You will see later when we are driving in the car, there will be a car cutting into our lane. So you see, it is from your blind spot, you can't see whether it's coming or not. And it shows that even in games or in a game engine like this, it can be quite realistic. And it gives you a sense of fear that, oh, there's a car on my left, I did not see it. So all of this are we can't teach it using printed materials. You can't put an experience in a paper format. Sometimes you have to experience it through some kind of media, or even better, interactive media. So bringing us to the conclusion. The conclusion is we have designed 3 situations like this, and we are developing more and more stuff, but we hope to test this experiment on hopefully next year, January, when it's ready. So what we hope is that we can improvise this upon the methods of searching for such dangerous situations, like filtering using maybe machine learning, maybe some AI filtering or video learning. So we can see what type of dangerous situations are readily available, not just in Malaysia, maybe the rest of the world as well, right? So I end my presentation here. Thank you very much. And I open the question to the floor.
Presentation and a nice video demonstration. Any questions from the, yeah. Okay.
Are you using like a commercially available game engine, like an actual one like Unity or Unreal, or are you making your own, like purposefully for something like this?
Okay, that's a great question. So I figured the question would be asked. I have actually turned on the engine here. So this is all in, oh, sorry. Give me a minute. So is it running? No. So this is all run in Unity engine. So it is a readily available commercial free license if you're using as a personal license engine. So you can actually build this if you are willing to go through the effort. So we built this using Unity because we decided at the time of the pilot study, it is the most simple to learn and get on track. We did plan to move on to further more advanced scripting and maybe more advanced engines in the future. But right now, we will be using Unity engine. Thank you for the question.
If no question, we proceed to the next presenter. Okay, thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
So I would like to welcome Dr. or Mr. Kogila Narayanasamy, okay, to present the paper on modeling learners' perception of blending learning in a developing country. Ms. Kogila, please.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Kogila from MMU Malacca. All right. I'm going to present on the work of modeling learners' perception of blended learning in a developing country. The motive of this study basically on the need of quality of higher education need to be expanded and also increased by blending in innovativeness and also creativity, which move Malaysia into a modern labor market. So that's the idea why we actually work on this particular research. And there is also stated in our Malaysian education blueprint, which is stated in 2015 to 25, highlighted that there is a need of turning to the country into a developed nation. As such, we actually found out that education is a major contributor to the development of the nation's social and economic status. So with that, we move on with this research, where we also understand that with the advancement of the ICT, where we have found basically it's transforming into education platform, into an innovation, teaching, and as well learning. See, the advancements of technology, specifically in education, has raised the concern for a more hybrid method of learning. So with that, both the traditional approach with so-called technology-powered e-learning has transformed the learning of environment in this higher learning institution, which towards the blended learning. So I'm very sure you guys know what is blended learning here I'm referring to, but which is widely accepted definition of blended learning is the blend of conventional ways of teaching and online instructing by Blues, which is in 2007, is identified and stated in his write-up. All right. So moreover with this, we also known with this term or coined as hybrid learning, where the integrates together with the technology and also digital media with the traditional instructors. We do use currently in our teaching Kahoot, Flipgrid, and also Padlet. All right, there is a more tools which is available in online and also at the moment in the market. Right, with that we actually focused in 5 factors, which is collaboration, instructors' involvement, nature of course, self-learning, and also internet experience would influence the learner's perceptions on blended learning. So with that, we have collected 200 completed questionnaire, which is usable one. We have analyzed the data using structured equation modeling, SAM, using Amos. We tested and developed this model, and we found out that 5 hypotheses were supported. And of the 5 predictors, which we noted that they have a positive effect with the perception of blended learning. All right. And we also found out that the 3 predictors, which is learner's perception, was collaboration, followed by instructors' involvement, and self-learning was the significantly predict that there is important factors for learner's perception. As a result, we have found all the variables explained R-square about 0.68, which shows that they explain 68% variance in the learner's perception. We also had 5 hypotheses that were supported in this study, and we have found out that the most influential predictor was collaboration, instructors' involvement, and self-learning. With that, we also need to have more instructors' involvement in terms of interaction in the class, in the course, would make the improvement and also self-performance among the students. As a conclusion, we actually noted that this study will definitely help Ministry of Education, and it would give a better insight, and also this would give a better advantage in the learning up. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for your fast presentation. Okay, any questions from the participant?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If no questions, we will welcome the next section chair, which is Associate Professor Dr. Pang, to chair the technical section. Thanks.
So we are slightly behind the schedule. So now I'd like to invite the next presenter, right, Dr. Adamu, to present his paper with title "A Framework for the Adoption of Blockchain Technology in Managing the Medical Record in Africa." So the time is yours. 8 minutes.
Okay, thank
A
you.
friendly reminder will be given at 7 minutes. Okay?
Okay, thank you. My name is Adamu Saad Madaki. I'm going to present our paper titled "A Framework for the Adoption of Blockchain Technology in Managing Medical Records in Africa." Please, can I see the slide, please? Okay. Okay. So thank you. As I said, the title of the paper is "A Framework for the Adoption of Blockchain Technology in Managing Medical Records in Africa." I'm presenting on behalf of the 3 other co-authors, Dr. Abdulkadir Abu Rima Abdullah, Dr. Ashur Ali Salim, and Dr. Jamaya Yahya. The outlines of the paper include the abstract, background, and then objectives, then statement of contribution, and then the methodology, the result, and concluding remark. Let me begin with the abstract. The role of medical records in the delivery of quality healthcare cannot be overemphasized because of its enormous contribution. Why? Because hospitals across the globe, throughout the world, have relied heavily on the information that is contained in the medical records in the hospital in order to make critical decisions as it affects the issue of the care and well-being of a patient. That is why these medical records are being generated and then stored and shared among relevant stakeholders and most especially the patient. The information contained in the records are mostly information related to patient medical history, and including the issue of the diseases, and then the prescription of the treatment to the disease identified by the medical doctors, and then the follow-up to be made by the patient. However, please, okay. Okay, then let me give the definition of medical records. Medical records are documented account of patient information, diagnosis, treatment, and it includes patient medical history and complaints, physician findings, and the result of tests, procedures, medications, and therapeutic procedures. That is literally the meaning. And then the medical records are of two types. There are traditional medical records, and there are, with the emergence of technologies, so many hospitals have embraced the use of medical records in order to safeguard and store their medical records. Therefore, this is the example of an electronic medical record cycle. Look at it, it's all encompassing, beginning from the first visit to the hospital, to the, from the first visit, no, sorry, it's all encompassing, beginning from the visit to the hospital by a patient, to meeting the doctor or physician, meeting the patient, and then presenting himself, whether he's sick or not, and then to investigation, that is where the doctors examine the disease, and then to diagnosis, that is to identify the nature and the causes of the disease, and then subsequent for treatment. So as a result of this, because of the use of these type of technologies, and as a result of the population growth around the globe, so data keep on coming and in a voluminous way. So as a result of this, because of this, there are so many missing information or data of patient, which hospital need for critical decision, as I pointed out. That is why a lot of hospitals decided now to embrace the use of blockchain technology in order to safeguard the data privacy, as well as to safeguard the information right of the patient, so that unauthorized access cannot be made, so that the information that is needed is what is required to be relied upon for a patient. So the definition of blockchain technology, as we have seen, is a decentralized and public digital ledger that records transactions on many computers, so that no record involved can be altered retroactively without altering any block or this. In a simpler term, for us to understand what is blockchain technology, I know most of us are IT-based or IT scientists, we will know about this technology. In a simplest term, let's look at a typical transaction in a bank, normal typical transaction, where when a ledger entry is being made, when you transfer or you send money from one account to the next, the record is placed in the ledger for public scrutiny and for record keeping purpose. So blockchain technology is just a replica of that, but digitally, so that, you know, and it's a highly sophisticated and, you know, highly sophisticated technology that prevent hack, that prevent data loss, that prevent data intrusion, that prevent a lot of, you know, digital attacks and what have you. So that this information remain highly secured. These are working steps of the blockchain technology. It has about 6 working steps, beginning from the content server to transaction, and then to block, then verification, hash, and execution. In doing this, there has to be a miner. That miner are dedicated individuals who use the sophisticated hardware and software in order to be monitoring and then executing the process for unauthorized access, and then for a safer keeping. So the objective of this study, the main objective of the study is to identify or investigate the management of electronic medical record in African hospitals, as well as propose a scalable framework for the adoption of blockchain technology. Part of our result finding, we have found that in African hospitals, about 77% are paper-based. They use paper-based medical record, which has a lot of associated with dangerous consequences, including missing the entire record that is required or the information that is required, which negatively affected the decision of the hospital, isn't it? To even prescribing or giving a wrong medical treatment that can even cause loss of life. So look at it, only 30%, according to our result, the investigation that we conducted, only 23% use electronic medical record currently. That is why, in conclusion, we recommended the adoption of blockchain technology in order to preserve, prevent, and safeguard, the records available that is generated in the hospital profession. Our own concern is the safety of the data, the protection, safety, so that it can be safe and secure. So part of the features include even the protection of health data, personal health record management, point of genomic management, that is the issue of information related to the genetic information of a patient, and then electronic record, management record, interoperable electronic medical record, tracing diseases and outbreak, and safeguarding the genetic information of the patient. Some information are genetically related to a person. If it's applicable or applied to another person, it may be dangerous and harmful to his well-being. So conclusively, the study recommended the use of blockchain technology in order to safeguard this data or record that is being generated, stored, and shared for the related or critical stakeholders that are managing the data in this hospital in Africa. So many countries of the world have adopted this, but in Africa, up to now, attention is not much paid about this technology. So it's a recommendation for the study for the whole African countries to adopt this technology for a healthier society. Thank you for listening. So I'm just waiting for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Adamu. So now open to the floor for any questions.
Good afternoon or good evening, I guess. I mean, Africa is a big place. So what countries have you mostly based the studies on? Because
I based the study in Nigeria, and we selected 3 teaching hospitals in northern Nigeria: Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital, and Rashid Shekoni Teaching Hospitals. So that is where we conducted research and gathered this information.
One second question. I believe there was an effort done to virtualize a lot of the medical records in Egypt through the private sector. Do you believe your research could, would you be willing for your research to be open, to be used by other African nations without licensing, or would it be?
That is why in the methodology, we employ cross-sectional research design, so that at the end of our conclusion, whatever is found can be generalized to the entire African continent. So our findings and recommendations are available for adoption by any hospital in Africa and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna be to ask, is there any developing country with high economic have adopted the blockchain technology in the management of their medical records, so as to ensure a more productive, reliable, and safe healthcare system for positive outcomes.
Okay, if I get your question, you mean is there any developing country with high economic potentialities that has adopted blockchain technology? Fine. Yes, like the Malaysia that you are in here, is a developing country, but with high economic potentialities. Countries, yes, it has high economic potentiality, and they have adopted blockchain technology, although not in all the hospitals, but some use hybrid, both the blockchain and other electronic technologies. Like they have one system that they call this. They call it, it's a software that is developed by some IT professionals and adopted by Ministry of Health, which is applicable in most of the hospitals in Malaysia, especially if you go to teaching hospital and big private hospitals. They have adopted this thing. And if you go to Qatar, Qatar too has adopted the use of blockchain technology in their hospital. And then Philippines have done that. So there are a lot of developing countries with high economic potentialities. Based on our findings through the use, through literature that we saw, they have adopted blockchain technology in order to safeguard and secure the medical record in their hospital for the delivery of quality healthcare system in the country, in the affected countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adamu, for your insightful presentations.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Muhammad Mohsen to present his paper with the title of Critical Review on the Machine Learning in 5G Mobile Networks. So, Muhammad Mohsen, you have 8 minutes. So a friendly reminder will be given like 7 minutes. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I was going to start by saying good afternoon, but I believe good evening is more apt now. My name is Muhammad Mohsen Farouk. I am here to present a presentation about my paper titled Critical Review on Machine Learning in 5G. My supervisor and co-supervisor are actually both here, Professor Pang and Professor Maldini. Next slide, please. No, you went too far. Go back. So I'll start with the brief introduction on a part of the title, essentially. So though many of us here probably know it, 5G. The 5G standard was developed through the third generation partnership program or project, sorry, as an advancement or as the next step in the wireless network technology generations, I suppose, with the aim for it to allow general improvements over predecessors. So improvements in speed, in lower latency, and much more. But and all these improvements allowed the network to support new applications, or at least advancements of old applications, that added some interesting difficulties that we'll go over here. So next slide. So, but before we do that, we should discuss a little bit about the general structure of 5G network traffic. So we can generally categorize network traffic on the 5G wireless network into one of three categories. We have EMBB, or Enhanced Mobile Network. This is where most end user applications would live. Things like high definition video streaming or VR or AR applications or their streaming. Secondly, we have URLLC, or ultra reliable low latency communication. This is a traffic type a traffic type that would be characterized by its need and reliance on reliability and low latency. So things like automated vehicles, the intercommunications between them, or perhaps some medical applications. And last but definitely not least, we have massive machine type communications, or MMTC. And here where high density deployments of low power IoT devices would live. So things like massive deployments of sensors in small areas, small geographical areas, I mean. Next slide, please. And due to the very nature of these aforementioned traffic types and the much more that will obviously become more apparent in the coming years, they each come with their own different and unique QoS requirements, at least depending on the scenario. So the QoS requirements of the network became very heterogeneous, and they would need to be maintained simultaneously across the same network, which increases the complexity of that task of maintaining QoS across the wireless network. And there's been a lot of literature so far on how to alleviate that. And one of the most promising branches or directions that the literature has uncovered is machine learning, or utilizing machine learning. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go over this for too long. I believe it has been established a couple of times by now. So machine learning is generally, it could be defined as a branch of artificial intelligence technology or science, where we do a process to allow a machine to learn in a way similar to humans using algorithms. And next slide, please. And we can generally splice up or separate the major types of machine learning into three main distinct groups. I'm also not going to wait here for too long, but to generalize, the first would be supervised learning. And supervised learning, the operator or the deployer would need a label training data set to train the model and use it. And we have unsupervised learning, which also needs training, but it doesn't need the same level of label data or label training data for it to achieve its goals. And lastly, we have reinforcement learning. Now, reinforcement learning is a bit different than the previous two types, as it doesn't require training in the traditional sense. It would require a set of guides or a work function that it would try and maximize in its environment using trial and error. And the literature thus far has been leaning to either a hybrid model of using supervised machine learning and reinforcement learning, or a mixture of the two, or in some cases developing scheduling techniques or network schedulers that solely rely on reinforcement learning techniques. Next slide, please. And here is sort of the general problem statement that have been discussing up to this point. So with the increased complexity of maintaining QoS across the network, newer applications like machine learning need to be further developed and further researched to alleviate this issue in the further deployments of 5G and beyond. Next slide, please. Now, we don't have too much time, as I don't intend on going over the limit, but here I would briefly discuss through a couple of related pieces of research that were reviewed and purposes of creating this article. Next slide. So, like I said previously, in the literature, a lot of researchers lean to using reinforcement learning or a combination hybrid method. One of the important examples here that's been repeated a couple of times, using reinforcement learning to create a network scheduler that is capable of using virtualization techniques and network slicing to better service the heterogeneous QoS requirements of the 5G network. In one paper in particular, the researchers used advantage actor critic, which is a reinforcement learning algorithm, to create two different schedulers based on very different reward functions, and the results were very promising. Not perfect, but very promising. Next slide. And the next slide again. So in conclusion, we can say that machine learning, more particularly reinforcement learning, and to a lesser extent supervised learning, are a very promising solution or a very promising direction for research to take in the furthering of the quality of QoS maintaining methods in the 5G wireless network. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohsin, for your insightful presentation. Now I open to the floor to ask the questions. Any question from the floor? Okay.
Okay, thank you for this good presentation. My question is, part of the problem that we have stated is the network traffic. So is there any difference that 5G technology has brought which differentiate it from like 4G, 3G, and the subsequent Gs, in terms of network traffic?
Well, again, is that a question? Well, yes. With 5G wireless networks, better capabilities, it allowed for new types of traffic, like, for instance, ultra reliable low latency communications. The communications, let's say in the future in cities with self-driving vehicles that would need to communicate multiple times a second between each other or with a network. So these complexities are relatively new, if not always unique to the 5G wireless network. Thank you. Any other questions?
Questions on the floor? How about online side? If no, then I will move to the next. So I would like to welcome Dr. Mohammed to present his paper on the geotechnical properties of Omani Sapka using the cement marbles stabilization techniques. So, Doctor, you have 8 minutes. So a friendly reminder will be given at 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Al-Akbari. I am from Oman, from arid countries. It's a little bit different than the countries in here, where we have the climate is very hot, and actually facing in that country is some called problematic soils, where you have soil causing problem in the for structure for constructions. So one type of these soils is called sabkha soil, is an Arabic name, where you have soil with salty, inclusive salts, and this is actually causing problem for infrastructure. On the other hand, we have wastage material from different factories where this material can reuse it or for stabilizing soils. So what actually our research is trying to use the wastage material developed from the different industries to use it for improving the properties of different soils or problematic soils. So one of the soils, as I mentioned before, is called sabkha soil. That's causing a big problem for civil engineering in construction, especially in roads and for foundation under the buildings. So in this research, actually, next please. In this research, we stabilize sabkha soil. Sabkha soil is a crystallized soil where you have salt, it's dissolved in the soil, and causing, as I mentioned before, it's causing problems, especially in settlement of the any structure or roads when you're subjected to the loads. So soil, actually, the research start by knowing the properties of these soils, chemical properties and mechanical properties, and we try to stabilize it using different stabilizer or marble powder. One of the wastage material called marble powder, or that's a byproduct material from grinding and cutting of the rocks to produce marble, and a lot of wastage material produced when in construction or in the cutting of the rocks. Next, please. Who's the controlling here? Okay. Okay. So marble powder, marble slurry, actually one of the wastes, as I mentioned before, it's actually producing from cutting rocks and stones, and it's an wastage material, and you have a huge quantity of this type of products. And in this research, we study try to use this marble slurry to improve the sabkha soil. The properties, knowing the properties, the chemical and mechanical properties of slurry, so that can be tested for possibility of improving sabkha soil. Next. Maximum dry density. This is the result of the testing material in the lab. We need to determine the maximum density and optimum water content for different mixes, a different proportion of mixing marble powder with the soil, and different percentage of marble soil added to the different percentage of the marble slurry added to the soil, and we'll see how the density of the soil will be changed and what is the optimum water content for different proportion or different percentage of marble soil. So here the results show that as much as we add the slurry or powder to the soil, the density will be increased, and the reason for that, because the powder is very fine material, it will seal or it will close the voids between the particles of the soil. So when you add these particles, it will you get higher density. Next, please. Next slide. Also, the other, this is very important parameter. We test it in the soil in the designing, called unconfined compression strength. Unconfined compression strength is a very important parameter to check the ability of the soil to take the load in the actual. So we use the standard methods for testing unconfined compression strength for different proportion of the mix of the soil. Next, please. This is the result of the tests. As you can see, the compaction, standard compaction curve, normally we get it from mixing the soil with the marble for different percentage. The next slide or next graph, you can see the result, how the density will increase as increasing the percentage of slide. Unconfined compression strength is very important issue here. We are not mixing the slurry alone. We have to add some cement, because cementitious material, cement is a standard binder. And for considering the economical, that we try to replace the cement by slurry or the marble powder. And the result, as you can see in the graph, that as percentage of cement more, if you add more percentage of cement or quantity of binder is cement, you'll get very high strength as expected. But when you're adding marble powder, the strength will be decreasing, but still that decreasing in strength is acceptable to the standard or to the designer. This is leading that the marble powder has an influence on the strength when you replace it, or when you replace the cement by marble powder. Next, please. The most important part of this, is your comparison or a practical point of this. As you can see, this table show you the comparison between the result that we get it from replacing the cement by marble is consistent or within the standard acceptable in the world. The table here will show you different standards as listed there, and the standards is requirement. For example, in the second column, if you compare that standard to the result that we get it, you will find that different percentage, or even small percentage of marble with cement, it will satisfy the requirement. And these results confirm that this marble can be used as base or sub-base in the construction of the roads for the soil improvement. Next, please. As a conclusion, the maximum dry density of subha soil increase as the cement marble dosage increase, and the treated subha soil using binder of OPC style cement and marble show that large improvement in confined compression strength. Partial replacement of cement with marble provide a suitable comparable with the cement stabilizer zone, so it's alone. Thus, the cement can be replaced with the marble powder at a certain percentage. The product can be used for support different pavement layers, each for sub-base and base, and that has been compared to the standard. And this is and also a very important issue here, the economical consideration when you use this material is can be considered as economic and also environmental friendly, because you try to save the environment from the wastage. Instead of its dumping, we can use it for many applications for soil improvement. Thank you. If you have any question, I'm happy to ask.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
Thanks.
So now I open up to the floor. Any question from the floor?
Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. My question is that if these materials were used, as you have suggested, for instance, what about the issue you mentioned of the issue, the economical aspect, that the less cost and what have you, and then in terms of environmental friendly and what have you. What about the quality? The quality, compared to the other materials that are being currently being used in terms of durability and quality
Yes.
of the project. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Actually, what is information is presented in this paper here is just a part of the whole research. Research is very long, and we have considered actually many things, not only the durability. Durability very important. Thank you for that question. We have taken into account durability, and the results show that until a certain limit of using marble, the durability is very, very good. I mean, it's durable and long term. Also, we have just the CBR, and the CBR is very important parameter for road construction designing. So actually, we found that this material is very useful and very good. In terms of environment, as I mentioned, that this material is a wastage material. Normal people, they dump it, and this is bad for the environment. As you know, this is what we're trying to save the environment by using this wastage for construction, for the soil, for the soil improvement. Actually, there are many things can be used for soil improvement, many products. Another product called CKD, cement killing dust. This is a byproduct material for cement factory, and they're producing a lot of material in different way in the world. It's not only in Oman. And this is also used for soil stabilization. And I have a papers on these things. If you can follow, you'll find in the website. Thank you. Any question?
So thanks a lot for your insightful presentation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So now I'd like to invite the next presenter, Dr. Romeo, to present his paper with title of NAMI and White Ubi, fragmented as a value-adding nutrient feed resources using 3 fungal species. So, Doctor, you have 8 minutes to present. At 7 minutes, we give you a friendly reminder. Now the time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the honor to present to you my research paper entitled NAMI and Wild Ube Fermented as Value-Adding Nutrient Feed Resources using 3 fungal species. The study was conducted to determine the nutrient content of fermented NAMI in wild ube. In the enrichment, species of mushroom fungi, which is Pleurotus striatus, Bulbariera bulbacea, and Ganoderma lucidum were used, which is very common within the locality. A total of 36 heads, 6 weeks of age, non-descriptive layer type chickens were used for acceptability and palatability trials. During data gathering, the 2 substances fermented with 3 species of fungi were purely fed to the experimental birds. Results of laboratory analysis revealed that there was an increase of crude protein content of NAMI and wild ube after fermentation, which is 9.48% and 4.73% as initial data to 16.44% and 16.10% respectively. And P. striatus was found the most effective fungal species to ferment the 2 feed resources. Result of the study revealed that the 2 fermented products gave comparable level of acceptability as nutrient-enriched feed resources. The use of fermented cultures, white rat fungi consistent perform good level of acceptance as to compare with the 2 other inoculant. Experimental birds adjudged promising utilization level on the acceptability of fermented product. The 3 inoculants equally harder set of parameters to the high level of medium range in the preference ranking of palatability index in terms of statistical tool for agricultural research evaluation. And for my rationale, with more than 7,000 islands bestowed with natural resources that contributes important components of economic sustainability of the Philippines, my country, wherein multiple avenues for intensified crop and animal production beyond its border to meet the global pressure of demands of increasing population and intensified market competitiveness is observed. Results of this highly productive and genetically engineered breeds of animals required improved quality management practices that focus to the state-of-the-art housing system, advanced medication programs, and high-density commensal mix rations. Feed supplies has been the major concern both for qualitative and quantitative of confined animals like poultry and swine. Because feed input requires a dramatic demand of 70 to 80% of the total cost of production. This situation is the main constraint of feed milling industry, including animal raisers, especially the small medium enterprises, who oftentimes end up to the dependence to the importation of feed ingredients. In 2011, data shows that importation of major feed ingredients used in the formulation of high-density feed rations dictates 77 millions for high-graded yellow corn, followed by 65 millions soybean oil meal, 25 millions and 5 millions for fish meal and bone meal, respectively. And in 1999, a group of researchers from my university pioneered the study of protein enrichment through the use of sweet potato pulp and claimed that it can be increased into 17 to 20 folds as to compare the original materials. Hence, the general objective of this study is to determine the value-adding nutrients of fermented nami in wild ubi using 3 species of fungi. And for the specific objectives, to determine the nutrient content, acceptability, and palatability of fermented nami and wild ubi using 3 species of fungi. And for my methodology, I have here the 6 chronological steps in order to attain the finished products. First on the list is the collection of 2 substrates, wherein samples nami and wild ubi were collected, sealed, and labeled. Chopping of samples were immediately employed to keep the substrate in a good state. Followed by obtaining of pure cultures from the University of the Philippines Biotech Laboratory. These cultures will be propagated within my university. And the preparation of nutrient solution was followed by developed by Dimos et al. In 1999. After 2 weeks of fermentation, fermented substrate will be harvested and passed through a mechanical meat grinder to loosen big lumps and to ease sun drying activity in order to attain 10 to 15% moisture content. After drying, it will again subjected for mechanical grinder to obtain feed particle size. And for the feeding trials, acceptability and palatability will be conducted. The treatment of data is the determination of nutrient content, acceptability trial, and relative palatability index. Results of the study, crude protein can significantly increase up to 73.80% to 81%. Okay. Statistical tools for agricultural research, difference among the interaction of fermented media in the level of acceptability index was not found any favorable values between NAMI and wild ube fermented. Effects on the fermented NAMI and wild ube shows that both products did not manifest rejection, but instead it was clinically observed that feeding both are non-significant comparable over the others. And for the conclusion, based on the findings of the study, the following conclusion will drawn. One, using different strain of mushroom fungi for the fermentation of organic substrate has significantly effect on the attainment of nutrient-enriched feed products. Second, experimental birds significantly adjust the parameters being set for acceptability and palatability of fermented products. That's all. Thank you very much and keep us all safe. God bless Malaysia.
Thank you, Dr. Romeo. So now I open up to the floor. Any question from the floor?
Okay, thank you for this presentation. My only question is that this genetically modified protein in animals, isn't it?
No, sir.
Okay.
They are not GMO types of animals.
Okay. The species, is the species found only in Philippines or in other, it can be found in other continents of the world?
When we talk about the breeds of the animals, specifically a poultry, it openly distributed mostly around the world. It was called the Rhode Island red chickens.
So any other questions from the floor? If no, thank you, Dr. Romeo, for your insightful presentations. Okay, next, I'd like to invite Dr. Chong Kochin to present his paper with the title of Machine Learning-Based Car Specifications Mismatching System for Pre-Crime Detections. So, Dr. Chong, you have 8 minutes. So a friendly reminder will be given at 7 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
So, okay, you can start now. Thank you.
Oh, tadi ya? Where's the Zoom? Okay. Okay, so I'll present my research on this machine learning based car specification mismatching system for pre-crime detection. So I'll try to make the presentation as short as possible because the time is limited. Okay. So I'll start with the introduction. So basically, the development of the science, technology, and AI contribute to crime reduction. But the more science and technology develop, the more criminals try to invent new ways to commit crimes. Many countries suffer from constantly high crime rates. For instance, in Malaysia, between 2010 to 2017, okay, there's an increase in the crime rate. For example, in Selangor and KL, there's a total rate of 42%. Okay, and the vehicle crime rate is one of the highest crime rate of all, as you can see from the figure itself. So the problem statement is that although we have the technology to be used to actually detect whether the car plate number is fake or not, okay, but the problem is that the criminal can actually use this car plate number, okay, to try to, okay, exploit the security. What's there? So sound there. Apparatus loophole, okay, when they want to enter the guard house, right? For example, they can actually use a real car plate number, okay, but they actually put it in a different type of car model. But actually, for the guard itself, they cannot actually detect whether this car plate number is attached to the car owner or not. Okay. So the objective is that we'll try to design a system to detect possible pre-crime action under the surveillance of video camera. Okay, we'll develop a machine learning model to actually identify the car specifications such as the vehicle type, license plate, logo, and color. So together with all these car specifications, the criminal cannot just use the license plate to actually breach the loophole of the security guard. So these are some literature review. Okay, as you can see that there's a lot of machine learning technique has been used, okay, in the past few years to detect, for example, crime tools such as knife, pistols, and blood from a capture image. Or they also use the machine learning to detect a vehicle plate number, and also they detect crime by using the record video. So the design concept of my research is that we have surveillance camera attached to a guard house, and the surveillance camera will actually capture an image of the car that wants to enter the building. So the car specification, for example, the plate number, the vehicle type, the brand logo, and the vehicle color will be actually detected by using the machine learning. And this car specification will match to the person detail, which is driving the car itself. So this is a system architecture. We have 5 phases. So the phase 1 is just to understand what is the resources they want to use, what is the tools they want to apply. And the second phase that we actually try to collect as many as resources that we need to be used in the next phase. And the phase 3 is to actually develop the code using a Python to actually detect the car specifications, for example, the license plate, the car logo, and also the color. And the phase 4 will actually test the machine learning model and analyze the performance accuracy. Okay. And the last phase that will actually create the system, okay, to actually store the owner info and to be able to match to the detection of the car specification by the machine learning model. So this is the flowchart of the car detection procedure. I think the words is a bit blur. So basically, it will start with inserting the car image to the machine learning model, and we'll actually use the mobile net SSD model to actually detect the car, okay, whether there's car inside the picture or not. Then after this detection, we'll actually crop this car picture, and we'll proceed to using the YOLO version 4 tiny model to detect the license plate number. Okay, so after successfully detecting the license plate number, we'll apply the OCR to read and extract the letters and the numbers from the plate number. And lastly, we'll use the YOLO 4 tiny model again to actually detect the logo. And the last one, we'll use the TensorFlow Lite model to detect the car color. So this is the results that we have. As you can see that we have the original image, and we will use the mobile SSD to detect the car whether there's a car in the image or not, and we'll crop the detection car zone. Okay. And the next one, we're using a YOLO to actually detect where is the car plate number, and we'll proceed to using an OCR to extract the car plate number itself. Okay, as you can see that here they show the letters and the numbers of the car plate number. And we'll also detect the color and also the brand logo, okay, using a YOLO and also the TensorFlow. And see that is the car is yellow color and the car brand is Renault. So this is the performance accuracy of the car specification detections. As you can see that we can reach 100% of vehicle type, means that we can actually detect all the car between the background and image. And we have a 97% or 88% of license plate number detections, while we have two different results because we have front side and back side of the car. So we try to analyze whether the accuracy is good for front side and back side. And we can see that the color, we have a 68% and 60%. The last one is the brand logo, which we have a 74% for front side, but 12% for the back side. So it's obviously that the back side of the car is harder for you to detect. And accuracy comparison of high resolution and low resolution image. So we also compare the results. As you can see that the low resolution will affect the detection of license plate a bit, but for the logo, basically has a very poor accuracy. And the last one, we create the dummy database to try to match the car specification with the car owner. As you can see that this is the detection from the machine learning model, and you can match one of the owner info in the database. So conclusion is that the derived system was able to detect the car specification using the mobile net, YOLO 4, OCR, and the TensorFlow. And some of them reach 100% accuracy, some of them reach more than 88%. Okay, so this matching system has been established to detect crime earlier by matching this car specification to the identity of the valid car owner. Further analysis can be conducted to detect the car specification in any conditions, for example, nighttime, daytime, heavy rain, and etc., to increase the performance accuracy. This is a reference. Thank you. Any questions?
Chung, so I open up the question to the floor. Any question from the floor?
Yes. At the back. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I need to know data set used, Professor, for training. For training the model, what is the data set used?
Yeah, we try to actually, because we want to detect the car model in Malaysia.
Okay.
So we try to search the image online.
Okay.
As many as possible, which is suitable for this machine learning model.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's from the online sources.
Okay, from the online source.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
So any other questions from the floor? If no, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Dr. Chung. So, yeah. So I will be the second last presenter.
Come on.
Okay, let me time myself. I also have 8 minutes, like all of you. So good day to all of you. So my title today is a design of low-cost active noise cancellation system for automobile. So I have my co-author listed. So the presentation outline that we have today is a very brief introductions, methodologies. Later, I will discuss the result and some discussion, and I will draw the conclusions right at the end of my presentations. So a very brief introductions. People nowadays spend a lot of time in their car, especially let's say we live in the capital city. Traffic jam is a new, I think it's an old norm, right? Everyone is suffering 1 hour, 2 hours inside our car. But nowadays, we have a lot of so-called aging car on the road, so that they are so-called sound proofing system is not so good. There are a lot of noise inside the car. In order to eliminate this kind of unpleasant experience when driving, there are two ways to reduce the noise. The first one is a passive noise cancellation technique that proposed with this one, passive noise cancellations. That means we use a lot of soundproof insulators. That means only in the luxury car, they will use that because the cost is very, very expensive. For example, Rolls-Royce, inside you only can hear your own voice. Engine voice also quite difficult to penetrate their sound insulator. And the other method that we have is active noise cancellation, which is one of the techniques that are available in our headphone or earphone. So this is a theory behind. Actually, it's very simple. That means the sound, let's say in the red color, let's say in a positive wave, we create an anti-noise with a negative wave. So it cancels each other. The theory is very simple. So in order to do this, we have a problem statement. Luxury car, only the luxury car with the active noise cancellation system. It's very expensive. This has motivated us to design a portable active noise cancellation system, which is affordable for everyone. So the objective, in order to design this, we need to understand about the active noise cancellations techniques, especially in the low frequency noise, because our hearing is between 0 to 500 hertz. So we also need to design a low cost and portable active noise cancellation system for automobile. At the end, we will perform evaluations on the performance of the system that we design. So the methodologies. So first, we will design an active noise cancellation system using the analog circuits. Why using analog instead of digital? Because the cost is much more low, and most of the thing we can get from the off-shelf, we can get it from the market. And we use a microphone to capture the noise because the electrics can travel, the electronic can travel much more faster compared to the sound. So that in terms of the delay, the experience by the circuit is not so significant. So this is a block diagram for the system that we propose. We have a microphone, then we need to preamp, then inverting, we need to invert it to amplify it, then we use a low pass filter to filter out the high frequency signal, which out of our hearing capability, because all of us only up to 500. Okay, sorry if Superman inside, you hear everything because it's very sensitive. Then after that, we have all pass filter to filter one more round, make sure the signal that we generate is clean. Then we propose the signal will be transferred to the speaker. So we carry out the simulations, which we will do the simulations by the input with the 100 hertz. So from here we can see that the output of the after we adding the original and the inverted signal. So the outcome is quite impressive. We can suppress, right, the signal. Then this for 200 Hertz. This one is a 300 Hertz. And this one is 400 Hertz. And this one is 500 Hertz. For all this simulation result, will show that the outcome is quite promising because it suppresses the noise. So now we need to, after we have the simulation, now we construct the circuit and we try to do the experimental test. So that the experimental test is something like this. So we have a Bluetooth speaker that act as a noise. So we carry out this experiment under a controlled environment. So the Bluetooth will play the sound that we capture inside a car. And the distance between the Bluetooth speaker with the mic is only 2 centimeters. And we have a 2 USB speaker to play the anti-noise signal. At the end, we use a sound meter to measure the outcome. So from here, we already table out. So for 100 Hertz, 200 Hertz, 400 Hertz, and 500 Hertz. So all this signal, right, show some noise attenuations. And these are different. It shows that, yes, the system that we design, right, have the good impact, right, on the noise suppressions or attenuations, and the best, right, distance between the mic and the speaker is 20 centimeters. So this is the optimum condition that we get. So after that, we really carry out, instead of performing the lab, right, we do inside the real car with the noise cancellation. From here, we notice that throughout this 500 right, spectrum that can be here by the human beings, right? So throughout all this spectrum, right, so the spectrum, the meter show that, yes, the system can provide certain so-called the suppressions or attenuations of the noise, but it's not perfect at this point. But the total cost is quite low this moment. So in ringgit, right, it's only 63 ringgit. So if convert to USD, right, it's 10 ringgit, 10 USD or 20 USD. So it's very affordable. So in conclusions, so we have successfully, right, developed an analog active noise cancellation system that demonstrates a good performance for the low frequency noise cancellations. It can reduce, right, 16.7 dB at 200 Hertz. So this is optimum performance, which can perform at 200 Hertz with 16.7 dB attenuations. And at 100 Hertz, you can get 2.4 dB. And the range, right, is around 1.7 to 5.4, between 300 to 500. So the driving experience is improved. So any question from the floor?
Thank you, Dr. Pang, for the presentation. Question number 1. What's the reason that you're choosing 100 to 500 Hertz? Is there any rationale of choosing this frequency range?
Yes, Dr. Lee. So that why choosing, right? Because our hearing, right, frequency range is from maximum is 500. That's it. Out of 500, right, either the animals can hear it or Superman. So we are not in Mars, so that 500 is good enough already. Most of the normal human beings, right, can only hear up to 500.
Okay. My second question is, you mentioned that you carry out an experiment to test the noise cancellation. So in terms of the overall experience, can you let us know, like, is it the reduction is very significant? As you mentioned, it's in the range of a couple of decibels.
Okay, These are very good and interesting questions. We know that active noise cancellation is created, right, for the earphone. So that it's only can perform the noise cancellation at a very small areas. That means our headphone is very close to our eardrum. So that this is a limitation of this system. If out of that scope or out of that range, right, actually it cannot perform the noise cancellation. It will amplify the noise. This is a limitation. So that we try to calculate and determine and throughout the experiment, right, we successfully determine the optimum distance, which is 20 centimeters. This is a golden distance, which has maximum effect on the active noise cancellations that we obtain. So that from there we can at least 10 dB from most of the range. Okay, any other questions? No, thank you. We'd like to invite the last presenter. Last one, right? Dr. No. Yeah. I pass the stage to you.
Our last presenter is Dr. Wan Nurul Hafila binti Wan Arifin. She'll be presenting her work on the development of risk-based dam safety framework in climate change conditions for Batu Dam, Malaysia. Dr. Wan Nurul Hafila, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for inviting me for this session. Become the last presenter is really hard, but I still need your attention for my presentation. Before that, I'd like to correct. I'm not yet doctor. I'm PhD candidate, and I also working with Department of Irrigation and Drainage. I'm doing my PhD part-time. Hopefully, my presentation will give something to you today. Right. So my topic, okay, let the presentation. May also can. All right. Put over there. Okay. So my topic on development of risk-based dam safety framework in climate change condition for Batu Dam in Malaysia. So this is my abstract. So dam is a critical infrastructure, which is if the failure will give a catastrophic effect to the communities. In the world, there is a lot of dam failure around the world. And in Malaysia, we have about 106 dams all over the world, all over Malaysia, and 41 dam in Malaysia classified as high-risk dam. And under the uncertainty condition, the dam was built without taking consideration the climate impact. So in the past, we have we have a normal climate, and the dam is stable and a small population. But the things change. We have more effect on climate change, and the dam itself aging, and we have urbanization downstream of the dam. So from the past and present, the many things change, and it is invite uncertainty. So this will give more risk to the dam safety. So my study area is in Batu Dam, which is about just 16 kilometers from here. And the focus of the study is on embankment dam, which is the most failures dam in the world. And this dam cannot hold, means for overtopping. If the climate load, with the new load, the dam will fail if it overspill the dam. So this is Batu Dam is classified as a high risk dam, and it was completed in 1987. Then it closed 50 years old, which is in the world 50 years old dam is classified as age dam. So the dam of Batu Dam. Batu Dam is a part of Kuala Lumpur flood mitigation project. So, means most of the flood mitigation project is built in the near urban area. Okay? It's different from the hydro power dam or other dam, which is built far away from the urban area. So the risk is lower compared to the dam which is located in the urban area. So the objective of this study to look at the new load of the dam and the probability of the failure with the new load and the consequences of the failure to the public. So this is methodology of the study. So the data get from the Department of Irrigation and Drainage for historical data, and the projected data for new climate change data from Nahrim. So from up to the end of 21st century, and the period of study divided into 4 periods for every 20 years duration period. So it's divided into 3 phases. The first phases is looking at the load of the system with the new load to the dam design, and how the dam respond with the new load. And the phase 3 look at the risk analysis, how the dam respond with the consequences of the dam, with the response, and with the new load. And finally, we develop risk-informed decision making for the dam owner to look at the dam safety in future, right? And the conclusion of the study, okay, is agreed with the dam sustainability alignment with UN SDGs under climate change condition adaptation, and for risk disasters reduction, and for the government's policy to improve the dam safety. And currently in Malaysia, we have a different dam owner, and with the different conduct for their safety management. So they have to have a new approach on dam safety, beside using the traditional based on the design, and look at the risk base, right? Risk base mean look at the future condition. So in your input in your dam safety, and with this approach, we can have a proper management on time, right? Planning on time for dam safety, then dam management to repair and to get the fund for maintenance costs. And we hope with this risk-based approach, we can have a resilient community to dam safety. That's all. Thank you very much.
Madam, so now I open up to the floor. Any questions from the floor?
Okay, my question is you mentioned that in your framework, you're monitoring this dam safety, right? So what are the indicators that you actually look at when you're developing this framework?
Okay, on this one, we look on the inflow. How much the inflow with the rainfall data? How much the rainflow future inflow to the dam? Is it with the current level of the dam water in the dam? Is it still safe or not? That's what I'm going to look at.
Okay. I have another question. In your presentation, you mentioned about you take like something like future data, right?
Yeah.
So how do you do this prediction?
Okay, the future data we get from global climate change model, which is from IPCC. They means International for Climate Change data. So they downscale to the regional data. From them in Malaysia, we have Nahrim who downscale the data for Malaysia region, and we also have another model for UKM. They use Kodak to downscale the climate change data. So with that data, we extract, and we also do scaling bias based on historical data to project to make a correction for the future event.
Very much for your presentation and all the best in
Thank you.
your PhD.
Thank you so much.
We are coming towards the end of day one of the conference. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants in the day one conference on behalf of IFERP. Stay tuned with us for the day two conference. You can participate virtually tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, and see you again.
And the fundamental is very good at